Yo, these comments are crazy. I was sitting here like for the past couple of moments. Yo, so shout out to Juju 92. I see you. Shout out to my ace, the New York Knicks. Was good. What's good, Stephen Fox? I see you. Oh boy. Ron Cleveland is in the building. What's good? I'm K-Man. What's good? What's good? RL, what's good? I see you. I see you. Richard C is in the building. What's good? Joe Madden. What's good, brother? I see you. What's good? What's good? What's good? Yo, I had been sitting here for a few moments, man, reading the comments. Yo, the comments are crazy, man. The comments are crazy. I'm gonna open this thing up real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna check a couple of spots just to make sure we good. Hold on. Let me check Sportscaster real quick. Just to make sure we straight. Just to make sure we don't false start. Joe Madden in the building. What's good, Joe?
What's good, brother? How we doing? What's up to the chat? Hit that like button for your boys, people. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Come on, get them likes up, boys. How we doing?
Hey, man, we good.
5 more days and we got Knicks basketball back again, baby.
Bam.
5 more days.
Steven in the building. What's good?
What's up,
good,
Joe?
Ron?
I like that attire. You heard me?
Yeah, man.
You look like you heard me?
Huh?
I say you look like a Knicks fan, you heard me?
Yeah, jersey on. I got the Yankees jersey underneath. I got the Knicks on top.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the season soon. 5 more days and we got preseason.
Oh, I can't wait.
What's it, 9 months without Knicks basketball? It's been tough.
And we see that first preseason game gonna give us a real good glimpse.
Yeah,
of what we can look forward to.
But you know what? I think
Simmer Sting is in the building. What's good, Richard C?
I think the 9 months off probably would have benefited teams, rebuilding teams like the Knicks. It'd benefit them trying to get the young guys more prepared and more shape. But to me, look, they've had it's like the 9 months is like 3 off seasons. So if you ain't ready to ball, I want you if you're not ready to ball, you're gone by the deadline. That's it.
Oh, hey, we know it's a new sheriff in town. He ain't playing.
Oh no,
they already know.
they know, yeah, and it's a shout out to Dennis Smith Jr., to Knox, and to Frank. You come in, you ball. If not, by the deadline, you and Randall are gone.
See, Joe, me and you on the same wavelength, man. It's a new regime. Slate is clean. It's what you do from here. Ain't what you did in the past. It's what you do from here.
I don't even go by the last regime. The last regime was a joke. You had 2 clowns. You had a buddy of Dolan sleeping on his couch and Steve Mills running the show. And we have
I
2.
agree.
You got 3 or 4. You got basketball minds now in the game.
I'm gonna tell you, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you have basketball minds. You have Dolan. Stay away from the Knicks. Write the checks and stay in the office.
I think he will because of Leon Rose. I think that respect level for him is so deep. But the thing I was thinking about, man, fellas, if we all Knicks fans, man, I'm pulling for anybody wearing that Knicks jersey, man. And somebody I didn't really pay attention to was Amari Spellman, man. That guy, I threw on his tape today. I did a quick video on him, but I looked at his tape, man, and I was like, oh my goodness. We got this guy for like $5 million. Didn't we get him for like $5 million?
We got him cheaper. 1.7 because he was in the trade from
Oh
Minnesota.
my goodness!
He's on the same monthly as Mitch.
We're gonna have to talk about him. I was like, man, hey, Freezy, y'all, Joe. I looked at this guy, bully. I mean, just playing bully ball in the paint, rebounding, and then the 3-point shot. He shoot the 3-point shot like he's a 2 guard.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna be
And
very
can take
nice.
people off the dribble.
He's going to be very nice having when you've lined up him and Obi together. It'll be very nice stretching that floor.
Hey,
Yeah.
me and your thinking is just alike, Joe. That's exactly what I said, man. Is because
we got to keep
go
him.
ahead.
We got to keep him. We gotta let Randall do what he's do, build up his trade value. If it doesn't work out with Randall, we trade him, and Amari Spellman backs up Obi at the 4, and then he can split 5 minutes at the 5.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm hoping we keep Randall. I've came around on Randall. I hope we keep him because I just think with this coaching staff, it's gonna be more accountability. You just ain't gonna do whatever you want to do on the court. I mean, it's team ball, and what I keep envisioning in my head is when Tom Thibodeau had that Chicago team, man, them boys was like on a string, like a maestro. Everybody was playing for each other. It wasn't no egos. Ego guys weren't going to be on that team, and it's the same thing with us, man. If you think you're gonna come in and it's all about you, that ain't happening. That's not happening with Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, I like Randall. It's not like that I hate Randall. I just don't think he's a good fit. But if Tom Thibodeau can get him right, the only question I have is, how are you going to get Obi minutes and Randall's minutes?
Well, you know what it is?
One thing, Obi's going to play at the 3. And if people are already saying, no, it's not going to work out, let's see it before we judge it. And if Tom Thibodeau says he can play at the 3, you got to, if there's anyone in the world you're going to trust, it's Thibodeau. And if Thibodeau thinks he's ready for the 3, let's see it. Let's see it in preseason. If it don't work out, then we figure it out.
Well, I think what's going to happen is I think Randall may transition to the bench or in that 6-man role coming off the bench. Either way it go, I think Randall eventually going to go to that bench because when I listened to Tibbs' presser, what he said about Obi being ready day 1, they're not putting him on the bench. If anybody think he's going to be on the bench day 1, that ain't happening. What you trying to do when you bring in a new regime, new coach, new front office, you trying to shoot some adrenaline into your fan base. And you got that guy that's a showstopper box office guy, he's not going to be riding the punt. He's going to be in the starting lineup.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing is, are you sitting your highest paid player?
Well, you know what?
Are you sitting a guy that's putting 20 and 10 last year? Like, I know I'm not big on the 20. I thought they were empty stats. But if you have Obi's not the best of rebounder, and Mitch isn't the best of rebounder. You need a rebounder in there, and that's one thing Randall can do at a high clip. So my thoughts, what they're going to do is that they're going to be Noel and Mitch the center, Randall at the 4, and they're going to try Obi at the 3. Because they're going to have to, if you're going to play Randall and get his minutes, how are you going to play him 30 minutes and play Obi 25, 30 minutes?
Well,
you can't put Randall at the 5 and Obi at the 4 because you're going to get killed on defense.
Well,
at least if you have Mitch or Noel on the floor at the 5 and you put Frank at the 1, you have 2 defensive stoppers there that can help on defense.
You know what I think is going to happen with Randall? Is I think that he's going to buy in, man, on that defensive side. I mean, he got the skills. He showed he could do it when he was with the Lakers. He showed it in Kentucky. So, I mean, he can play defense. It's a matter of 1-2 and having a coach that's going to demand that from you. And he got one that's going to demand it from him, or he ain't going to be on the floor. And let's be real, that contract Julius Randle got, we ain't paying him that much money where he can't sit the bench. He is not like he's a $120 million man on the team. That contract ain't worth much money. And Fizz, I keep saying Fizz, and Tibbs don't care about how much money you getting paid.
Right.
Especially if they're going to trade you anyway, because his value already, everybody know what Randall can do. I mean, I keep hearing people talk about building his trade value. That guy been in the league, like Rob the Knicks said. He done been in the league a long time, so his value, it is what it is. And shout out to Parrish Duggan. He said positionless basketball, exactly.
The thing is, if Randall, Randall's not a willing defender. He has the ability. If Randall buys in on defense, you could easily play. If he buys in on defense and you have Frank, Randall, RJ, and Mitch or Noel, Obi be fine at the 3. Because, RJ can defend above average. And then you have either Noel and Mitch are top-class defenders, and Frank is a top-class defender. And if Randall starts defending and tries to defend, then you'll have no problem with Obi. You're going to have guys backing him up. But that's the only way it'll work is if Randall defends, and I think he has to. I think Kenny Payne's in his ear is like, look, you don't defend, you don't get minutes.
That's another thing, and let's be real too. You know what else Randall is playing for?
Money.
Playing for another contract. Because that last year is what, a team option?
Team option, yes. So he's looking to get that team option back.
So he has to play. It is not a question. All these guys on the roster has to play this year, or the train is going to leave Penn Station and they ain't going to be on it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what? The thing is with Randall though is I believe, and I said this morning on the Knicks morning drive. Yo, and so let me say something real quick about the Knicks morning the Knicks morning drive, right? I got on thinking it was going to be about me and like 5 other people, and that I was going to get about 100 views, and think I had to kind of build it from scratch and grow it. So I got on this morning, and there were people already waiting, right? So people already waiting. 8:00 in the morning. I got on 8:00 on the dot, just like I told you I was, right? Yeah. People already waiting, right? And they come on, and it's like the second wave of family came in the building. I think the video got like 500 views. I was expecting about 100. Yeah. So I want to say shout out to everybody that you know what I'm saying, that's a part of this family, man. Hey Joe, and I know I probably hadn't told you, but hey, thank you, man, for all you do to contribute to the show.
No problem, man. No, I enjoy it. I love it.
And Ron too, man. I appreciate you. My mods, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, man, y'all do an excellent job of growing this family. Others that come on, Teddy, Raphael, hey, Stephen Fox, you know, new to the joint. Rob the Nick, a lot of people that come on and help grow this thing so that more people can come on and enjoy themselves. So I just, man, the thing is amazing. This Knicks family that we got here, this fan family that we got is growing so fast, man. It's like people will like come on and listen to us one time and they're hooked, they're addicted, and they just keep coming back over and over and over again. And so I don't have like a specific thing that I bring to the table, but I think the secret sauce is our chemistry. Like we can legit argue with each other till we blue in the face and nobody is upset with each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like watching your family. You know what I mean? Like me and Ryan Cleveland can legit go back and forth about Frank Ntilikina. And he know legit in my heart, it ain't nothing against Ron. It's just that topic. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Joe, and the same thing with me and Joe about Julius Randle. Like we can legit argue about that, but as soon as we change the subject, we getting right back at it like brothers. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think people respect that secret sauce. Like you can bring a bunch of people with different backgrounds together, and we can kick it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and there's no shade, none of that stuff. Because I got on this morning, and the crowd started growing so fast, I was like, wait a minute. And I was looking, and there's a whole bunch of old names and a whole bunch of new names. So I was like, yo, this thing right here, legit, they love our concept. They love our concept. And I think it's less of a thing like something new to them. I think it's what they've always been looking for, but could never find it. And now they found it. And now, you know what I'm saying? And they love it because they wanted something like this and they couldn't get it before. And they finally got it. So shout out to the people this morning for the Knicks morning drive, and shout out to my animals at night, the Knicks at nighters. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody, man. I just wanted to say that real quick because I'm truly humbled by it. You know what I'm saying? You know, truly humbled by the amount of people I saw this morning, and I'm also humbled by the amount of people that continue to come and listen to me talk about my favorite sports team in the world, my New York Knicks. So, I just want to throw that out there. Make sure y'all, I think we like 4 or 5 subscribers away from from 500. So I wanted to kind of grow that to about 2,500. And so not because of perks or anything, but just because I want to have our conversation be more well-rounded. You know what I'm saying? Because it's Knicks fans out there that legit search for stuff like this and can't find us. So, shout out to the Legion of Knicks podcast, man. That brother's doing wonderful things on the show. You know what I'm saying? I mean, his show is growing leaps and bounds too, man. Make sure if y'all hadn't subscribe to Legion of Knicks podcast and check out our man, that MF of Doom, aka the Ghost Face Killer. Yeah, man. Hey, what's up, Steven?
Hey, the interesting thing about Randall is last year he shot 39% from corner threes.
Wow.
Right.
So I'm thinking that with Tibbs and putting in a different offense, I think, like you said, with Kenny Payne and that Kentucky legacy, I think they're going to give him another shot. And as Sim said on his broadcast, it's not easy to do 20-10. Not everybody could do that.
Yeah.
No, not easy.
Hey, Steven, it's funny, man, because, when you got on, I'm looking at you, man. Even last night, I said, you know what? I'm going to start calling you Steve and take no offense to it. You're the professor, man. You're the professor.
Hey.
When you came on, I was like, that's my thought. When you started asking me questions, I said, is this guy a professor? You know what I mean? You got that look like you a teacher, man. Hey, I'm humble enough to let you teach me, man.
I learned from all you guys. It's just the passion I have from being a longtime Knicks fan. I love numbers. It's what I did for a living. So
okay.
So I love the analytics of it. So I could bring maybe something, as Freezy was saying, all of us bring something different to the game, and I just like being part of the community.
That's what I love. I love myself, man. I love when I hear different takes, something that I didn't think about. I hear somebody else say and give me a different way to look at the whole perspective of the Knicks, because ain't nobody one person got this thing figured out. We all trying to contribute to our thoughts to make us be sane with this whole Knicks movement, man. And it's man, I'm telling you, I ain't been this happy in a long time. I've been wanting Tibbs. I've been wanting Tibbs, man, for a long time. Ever since Chicago got rid of him, man, I said we need to bring that guy home, because we've been having these wishy-washy coaches, man. The only coach I give respect to, and he's back on the staff, is Mike Woodson. During that long drought that we had.
Yep. Yeah. Want to hear another crazy stat that I found this morning going through stuff? RJ shot 40% of his shots from 0 to 3 feet last year.
Wow.
Is that a crazy stat?
That's a lot.
Jesus. A lot of pain.
From 0 to 3 feet, 40%.
So that lets you know he's getting in the paint. He's bullying.
Exactly.
People.
Yep.
And that's what I.
So we have to talk to him about. We have to get RJ to be a better finisher, because if RJ Barrett can finish in the high 50s once he gets to the basket, because I think he was in the high 30s, right? I think he might have been in the high 30s, maybe 40% finishing at the rim.
I think
with the 40%.
I think he was in the mid-40s. I think his three-point
57%.
57.
57% from
wow. Okay.
And
we just need him to work on them free throws.
Yeah.
We just need him to work on them free throws.
And that's people say, he had a bad year at 14 and a half points a game. When you think about it, if he can bump his free throws up to 70 and he can get his 3 up to 35, he'll easily average 20 points a game. Easily.
The league average at his position is 77%, so he has a target.
Yeah.
Right.
If he gives me 70 this year, I'm good. But I think he'll give me more. I think he's
73.
The type of guy. I think he's the type of guy that, with not getting into that rookie of the year team, pissed him off, and that's been behind his head for the last 9 months. So he's been working on his game, and to me, he'll come in and he'll average 20. People say, Obi won't average 20. That wouldn't surprise me. Randall, see, that's what I want to see a lineup of Frank, RJ, Obi, Randall, and Mitch. See what it does, because that could be the most athletic team in the league. And you can get a lot of scoring. All you need to do, as I said, is get Randall to buy in defense, and you have.
But Frank has to. But I agree with you. But Frank has to be able to knock down the three in order for that lineup to work. Because if nobody respects Frank's outside shot, then basically the other guys will be neutralized with those the high upside points that you were going to make in that lineup. As long as we can keep the floor spread with that lineup.
But that's what you do is you have Randall has the ability to shoot. As you said about he is an okay percentage from the corner three. Frank is a high clip from the corner three. He just doesn't shoot enough of them. So you have a lot of days where you go, where you have Frank in the corner. Obi can knock it down. RJ has the ability to knock it down. The only one you got about worry then Randall and Mitch. But if Randall can just at least knock down the open shot, you have enough to space the floor that it has Mitch and Randall to be able to work in the paint, and then Randall can stretch out and Obi work in the paint. That'd be a very strong offensive team, but the only way it'll work is if Randall buys in on defense. Because then I
don't think we're gonna have to worry about that. I'm already gonna go ahead and chalk it up. People gonna talk about Randall probably for most improved defensive player. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised because, like I always say, man, if you got footwork to play offense, I truly believe you got footwork to play defense. You know, defense, like I always say, defense is a 1-2. You got to want to stop that man in front of you. I know when I played, I never wanted the guy in front of me to score a basket because I felt like you embarrassing me. And if players had that mindset that they don't want the man to embarrass them, then you're gonna do what you got to do when you're on the court. And I think Randall definitely got it in him, man. Like I say, I'm excited to see. For him and Knox are two, and of course Frank. That goes without saying because that polarizing position. But Knox and Randall, I'm really excited to see what them guys are gonna do. And DSJ too. I'm gonna give him this. I mean, it's now or never for these guys, man. Like I say, it's contract years, and we know players always play better in the contract year. So. We're going to get to find out who's going to stay and who's going to go. Either way, there's going to be changes next year regardless. Yeah.
But to me, I would mind having that like as you said, if Randall buys in, but what they could do is they could hide over like they're out of zone. You can hide that. Like if you have Mitch on the floor and Frank on the floor, that's two top defenders. RJ can defend just above league average a little bit. Randall, if he can buy in, he can defend above league average. All you got to do is worry about Obi, and they're going to be working on that. So I don't mind seeing Obi at the 3. The first 2 games of the preseason, put him at the 3. I said Frank at the 1, RJ at 2, Obi at the 3, Randall at the 4, Mitch at the 5, and see how it goes. You have nothing to lose.
You know, the only thing with that lineup is Frank. I mean, not Frank, but Knox is going to be lost. I really want to see Knox in the starting lineup. I really want to see that.
You have to get Knox to earn his minutes. Like I said, everyone's going to have to earn their minutes.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We know that. But I would like to see, I hope he plays great enough in practice. He shows enough that Tibbs say, okay, we're going to put you in and let you play. Because that guy, I mean, you can't teach length.
Yeah. To say that I'm laughing, we're talking about a lineup, and it's a deep lineup, but the deep lineup of trash. Because we're looking, we're like, oh, we fit Obi and Randall together, but then how are we going to get Knox in? And it's like, just Randall, they're going to trade him eventually, but I think they do need to play him. And if he plays well, you keep him.
That's what I say. I don't automatically think they're going to trade him. If he played good enough and he changed the narrative on this sub, which is the selfishness and the lack of defense, if he changed those 2 qualities, why would we get rid of him?
But you know what the thing could be too? If he changes them qualities, you might get an offer that you can't refuse. A team might make an offer for a mid-first round pick that you can't turn down.
True. Especially when you know it's a logjam and him will be playing the same position.
Yeah,
I can see that.
So you got a team like Utah who might get like the 20-something, like 18 and 20, like 21 pick, around there. You're going to turn that down for Randall. Especially the deep draft contract where you could pack, huh?
I said flip that Conley contract like you just said.
Yeah. Then you have, $34 million space going into next year? Because next year we're going to have about $60 million. That's why I want us to start at least showing improvement this year. So we have the option of free agency. Because Kawhi has connections in New York. He'll come if we play around 500 basketball. He'll come. But if we are just tanking or if we're in the top 5 of the lottery again and we don't show improvement, he's going to be like, all right, I'll stay in LA or I'll go somewhere else.
Well, I can tell you like this: I don't think he's gonna stay in LA if all the rumors are correct about
Paul George,
the Greek Freak. Nah, the Greek Freak eventually going to the Lakers. That thing is great.
No, that's dead.
Yeah, with the max by AD and with I don't think they could fit him.
They paid LeBron and they paid AD. They don't got the money
right now.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Knox was he shot 33% from 3 last year, but unfortunately he shot only 27% from corner threes.
But you know what though, when the early part of the season, Knox was playing real good. You know, I was like, okay, he's hitting them shots. And so what is going to take place now? You know what I mean? So, but they did him a disservice. You know, I'm just glad we got a new coaching staff that know what they're doing and can develop players.
The coaching staff in the front office last year done the young players dirty. RJ got his minutes, but they done him dirty. They knew he was a slasher that needed to get to the basket, and they gave him no spacing.
Yeah.
I agree.
They set everyone up for failure last year. They went in. The thing was, Dolan. They were told they told Dolan they were getting max contracts, KD and Kyrie, or KD and Kemba Walker. When that went through the toilet and they couldn't get anybody else, and they overpaid these guys, then they told Dolan we're going to be a playoff team. Once they started losing at the beginning of the year, they threw all the vets panicking. And once it went down the toilet, they threw Fizdale under the bus.
Well, he threw himself under the bus.
Yeah, no, he had to go. But they didn't help the cause either. They they automatically were like, oh, it wasn't me, and they pointed at him.
Yeah, he signed off on those players that they brought in there. That's why I laugh when I hear people say, well, he had them power forwards to deal with. You don't think them guys went to him and say, hey, what you think you can do with these guys? Ain't no front office guys just gonna go pick players and be like, here you go. That ain't working. They're gonna ask, do you think this guy will work in your offense? And I remember when Fizdale specifically said when they interviewed him that he finally got players that can play his defense. That's smart enough to play his defense. That was his words.
Mm-hmm.
And how that played out.
What defense?
Exactly. We didn't have no identity. None. On either side of the ball.
And do you know what I laughed at? Did you see, was it Mitch's interview? Did you see Mitch's fire Rich Paul?
Yep.
That signals something.
And he only hired him at the end of last season.
But I tell you what,
Mitch, sixth agent in 3 years. Sixth.
You know what he's gonna have to realize, and this is a part of professionalism. You have to realize in any business, basketball is a business. It's about relationships. You have to establish relationships. You can't go around just burning bridges with everybody. Because like my mama always say, you don't know what bridge you might have to cross again to get back to where you need to go. Mm-hmm. So, youth can come in and mess you up in a lot of ways. Think about it, Steven. The person you was when you was in your 20s and the person you are now, totally different.
Yep. It's the ones that don't change that scare you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the thing is, my biggest fear for that kid, man, is professionalism, man. When you hear coach start yelling that ain't good. And you getting rid of, your agent so quick. Like you just said, I wonder what's the record for how many people fire agents that fast.
And Ron, you touched on this. That family and business, you got to separate those things.
Yeah, that was his problem. He wanted his family more involved. I'm like, your family ain't gonna get you money. I'm like, hey, go hire your brother who hasn't a clue about the business and see how much money you get.
But Ron and I touched on this. Just you have to look to KP to see what a brother can do to your career.
Yeah. KP's brother, and that's when I knew it was going south when when they started talking about KP's brother getting involved, I didn't like that. I was like, there's no place for him to be. I understand you looking out for your brother, but sometimes the best thing to do is to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah. I have no problem if the brother does it as long as he has a degree in either as an attorney or in finance.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. But if you don't have no kind of background in that stuff, you're
in the wrong game. Yeah.
You're gonna screw up something.
Yeah,
Give him
leave
a
the money on the
contract.
table.
Yeah, he's gonna lose money.
I'm telling you, boys, I'm worried about Mitch.
I am too.
There's been a report came out, a reporter put out that in 2019 when he was with Team USA, that they were worried about his professionalism and that he wasn't committed. And then the tweet was deleted. And then you seen on Knicks fan TV, they asked Alan Hahn, was that true? And he was like 100%. The Knicks. I don't think they're 100% on Mitch. And now seeing him fire possibly the best agent in basketball in the sport, you just fired him. That don't look good. That's 6 agents.
And the guy who gets you money.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he gets his
guy
clients
who gets
paid.
you money.
That's for sure. He gets them paid and he puts them in a good position.
He just got, was it AD 5 years, 190, and he got Braun 2 years, 85. He's getting his guys money.
Hey, you think about it, for LeBron at his age, that's ridiculous money. That's really unheard of money for somebody that age to be signing that kind of contract.
Yeah,
but his numbers ain't his age.
Exactly, you're right. He's an outlier.
No, but at a time when you got owners complaining about how much money they lost because of COVID and everything, that goes to show you how much talent LeBron is worth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's a franchise by himself.
Hey, let me shout out a couple people, man. So Richard C, I see you. Rafael Cordero, what's good? A Rosa 631. Somebody said, Sima Singh said Lily Phillips is in the building. I didn't see it. The chat must be scrolling too fast. I didn't see Lily Phillips. If you here, Lily Phillips is in the building. What's good? Real King, what's good? We seen Real King here a few times. Real King, I'm gonna give you what you deserve. Real King is in the building. What's good? Andre Bryant, what's good? Parrish Duggar, what's good? Sherwin M, I see you. Hey, Jamal. Hey, what's that say? Let me see. Jamal DeGraff Reed. Are you new? Jamal, if you new, put new in the chat. Hey, Real King said salute to everybody. So it ain't just me up here. I'm K Ban. You ready to get in the video chat or what? You ready to get in the video chat? If you ready, come on. A Rush 686. What's good? Jamal DeGraff Reed is new. What's good with you? Welcome. Y'all welcome Jamal to the group. Afro the Jedi is back. I see you, welcome Afro the Jedi. He been
Jamal,
here.
What it do?
Hey, B Ski, what's good? I see you down there. Y'all subscribe to the channel and like this video if y'all like it. It's a new family, a new Knicks family. We trying to grow this thing, man. We trying to get to about 2,500 subscribers by the end of January. And I know that seemed like a lot, but it's a lot. It's millions of people. It's millions of Knicks fans. And a lot of them search for content just like this. And they want this realness. They want this raw, everyday Knicks talk. They don't care about that polished national overview. They look at Julius Randle's stats and assume he's our best player. They don't care nothing about that. What they care about is this right there. They care about talking to Hector and Joe about real stuff. You know what I'm saying? Real Knicks fans putting together for other Knicks fans. It's a family affair.
It's a family affair.
Subscribe to the channel so we can be out there for other people. So hey, Steve, you got I got one too.
You got a Boston?
No, that's a Boston Terrier. Okay, I have a pug named Gaston, and he's ghetto. He's hood. He tried to pee. Hey, my dog tried to pee on the Christmas tree the other day. I was like, no, you can't do that. That's not a real tree, man. That's not like the trees outside, man.
But what is it about holiday time? Because my dog was trying to do the same thing today. Uncle Freezy, I had to come up from behind.
I don't know.
Nah, but salute you guys. I've been out for like a couple days. You know, I had a little COVID scare. Somebody in my class, you know, they tested positive, so I had to like handle that. You know, but I miss you guys.
Yeah, man. It's
Welcome back, bro.
the legit Knicks at night. The Knicks at night family, man. I mean, we get on here and no lie. No lie, hey Hector. So I got on this morning. I did a new show this morning called Knicks Morning Drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I got on, I was at about 7:30. I was like, hey man, if I get 10 people to come on and I get 100 views, I'll kind of slowly build it, kind of like we did with the Knicks at Night podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as I entered the podcast, it was people waiting.
You set that tone.
Waiting, man.
You a dog.
You know.
You a dog. Huh? I might get on with you in the morning.
Yeah, you got massive energy, bro.
Hey, man, hey.
In the morning.
Hey, well, the thing is it's not just my energy, man. It's when I see everybody, the shit make me excited. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't just walk around, you know what I'm saying, with just energy oozing out my pockets. You know what I'm saying? It's just when, like, for instance, I got on, I entered the broadcast just now, and it was people already waiting. And so I'm like, yo, this right here is legit the most organic. This right here is the most organic shit you ever seen. And sorry about cursing like that all the time, but this right here is organic.
Crazy.
Yeah, man. It's like hey, the fans legit can't wait to get on and be heard. And to me, that goes to show you that a lot of shows, you know what I'm saying, say, hey man, I'm here for the fans. But then they talk the whole show. And and then they like let you call in and you talk for like 20 seconds and they hang up on you. You know what I mean? So it's like a Michael K show or something. You know what I mean? This right here, the fans legit get on and get their grind on. They legit get on here and have their voice be heard for real. And they get to build their status, like people know Joe Madden. You know what I'm saying? People know Ron Cleveland. You know what I'm saying? They get on here and they do that talk and people think it's just about Uncle Freezy, but it ain't. You know what I'm saying? Like I legit open the mic and I step away and Knicks fans get on here and control the show. You know what I'm saying? That's what we really want, right? Is that not what we really want?
Nah,
to have our voices be heard?
Hey, when you hear man, if you don't have a smile on your face, you're
right.
Yo, Freezy, I'm gonna hit you up on IG. I got a little gift. You remember I told you I got me my printer and stuff? So I got the Creed cut stuff that I'm working on. So I'm gonna take your logo and I'm gonna make one or whatever, but I'm gonna send this to you. IB?
Yo, that is dope.
See this?
Hey, Hector, can we do this? Hey, instead of sending it to me, how about we pick a subscriber? Like say whoever the 800 subscriber is will get their gift.
Bet, definitely. But I'm still gonna definitely, but I'm still gonna send you one. Joe, I'm gonna send you one. Steve, I need you to help me with my taxes because you're good with numbers. I'm gonna send you one. I'm in the corner with the Knicks, everything. I'm gonna send you one.
And then I was talking to Steven this morning. He knows just as much about music as he does the Knicks.
It's crazy.
He was talking to me about music this morning. I was like, nah, because I talk music with people all the time, and I kind of like shy away from it. Like I don't want to get into how much I know about music. Because I don't want to be one of them guys that seems like a music nerd, you know what I'm saying? But I know a lot of music and appreciate it, right? So Steve was talking to me about music, and I was like, "That's my man right there. That's my man." You know what I'm saying? Because he was talking to me about music. I was like, all these because I mentioned this song called "Cashmere" by Led Zeppelin, right? And so the casual listeners would be like, Led Zeppelin. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, that's probably an old rock band or whatever. But when you see people's face light up, when you get the connection with somebody else, and you see their face light up, they like, how the hell Uncle Freezy know about Led Zeppelin? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. So anyway, I get excited, man. I get so excited talking to y'all, man. Y'all have no idea how this is where I get my energy from. People just think I walk around with this energy. It's just because I genuinely get hyped when I talk to Joe Madden. You know what I'm saying? It's like love. I'm like, yo, Joe is in the building. Good. The conversation gonna be dope.
Uncle Freezy, you need to start like selling that. And I mean, if you could like personalize so everybody can have an alarm clock, like Joe, wake up, like Steve, wake up.
Joe, get your ass out of the bed.
Hey, Freezy, you know it's funny. We talk about these phrases that we come up with, man, and how I came up with that man stuff was like, watching the Knicks game, man. When stuff going terrible, I just drop my head. I'd be like, man.
When Julius Randle started,
that's how it started. and it's interchangeable, really, because like think about it, like if we busting somebody, it could be like, man. You can just say it any kind of way. And my daughter, she was telling me about. She was like, you can put an emoji with a person with their hand on their head, just looking like they're shaking. And them 12-year-olds, man, they got a mind. I'm telling you.
Yeah, man.
Yo, Ron.
The first time I heard somebody say "man," this was like 87. Dude said, "Hey, man, can you run the backhoe?" I was like, "Yeah, man, I can run any machine. If they made a machine, I can run it." He was like, "Can you drive that dump truck?" I was like, "Hell yeah, I can run it." And so he put me on the backhoe, man. I almost tipped that damn backhoe over. Like, God, dog. And the dude behind him was like, man. This young fella right here gonna be trouble.
I laugh at Knicks fan TV. As soon as they say Ron Cleve, the next thing you see the comments going, man.
Everybody, they love Ron Cleveland.
It just depends on how it's gonna come out that day, man. But I'm gonna tell you, Alan Hahn had me hot, man. I was hot listening to him, and that's why I had to come on with a different type of energy. I was like, nah, I can't just come on laid back. We getting straight to business. We pulling out the checks. We pulling out the receipts, because some of the stuff he was saying. But like I said, and Freezy, that's what I appreciate about this, man. I would love. If Alan Hahn gonna sit there and try to talk, I would love to be in a forum like this, and I would eat his lunch.
Right.
I would eat his lunch, because you can talk all day after a person gone and say things because they ain't around. You know what I mean, and make it look like what you saying making sense. Right. But you're not gonna take something that a person does good in my book. When I see the stats, and then you're gonna try to make it look bad, and this is what made me laugh when I heard him say after I got off the phone of who he got his information from. These are coaches that ain't even coaching in the league no more. These guys ain't head coaches no more. You talking about David Fisdale. You talking about Mike Miller and maybe Hornacek and Kurt Rambis. Them the guys who had Frank Ntilikina. Right. Them guys didn't know what they were doing. So I laughed at that, man. I laughed at that. I guarantee you, I see it and I'll stick out to it. If Frank would have got drafted by this coach that we got now, right now he would have been passed by already.
Mm-hmm. You know who agrees with you, Ron? Wally Zerbiak. They were always having dynamics, Wally and Alan Hahn, and Wally just shakes his head when he says shit like you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Right. Yeah, Wally. That's what, and I remember Wally giving people their credit, man. I remember him talking about Frank in a good way. You know what I mean? It is what it is, man. People have agendas, and sometimes they find one player on a team and they spotlight them and they stick on them no matter what. No matter what they do, they can never do anything right, even when they're doing right. And that's why I say this year, man, for all our players, for me personally, what I'm going to do, I'm wiping the slate clean. Preseason, regular season, I'm going to be like, hey, let me see what you can do. And then I'll start making my assessments. Of course, yeah, it's easy for us to look back at past accomplishments and what they did or didn't do, but the slate is clean, man, because at the end of the day, if them guys do well, we all sleep good at night.
Yep.
Basically. Yep. You know, and Frank is like the only player left from the Phil Jackson days. So if they're gonna like keep bringing back the past, they need somebody to take the hits. You know, you got to have somebody to be the punching bag, and it looks like Frank is the punching bag.
Yo, hey, let me say this real quick, y'all. So we just hit 500 subscribers. So we hit 500 subscribers, right? Hey, what's today's date? Today is December 6th, right? So
it is now.
We hit 500 subscribers. Hey, I'm gonna just say this real quick, and we can get back to it. But at one point, I had the channel open, and I wasn't really posting anything, just some random videos and stuff. And I think we were at like 40 subscribers. And then I started doing. Then we started doing the Knicks at Night podcast. And then I think in a month we got to 500 subscribers. Right? That's bananas. That's super fast, man. That is super fast. Hey, and this whole thing is not about, you know what I'm saying, just Uncle Freezy. It's the fact that these personalities come on, and I know y'all are people. I'm not dismissing that, but the personalities come on and people love these personalities. Like everybody is different. They legit tune in every night to come and get it, to come and watch it. So congrats, not just to me for Lawrence Tears, but to congrats for y'all for building a platform that everybody loved. You know, of course, I stood by and took my hands off the wheel and let it evolve into whatever it's going to be. But in that evolution, y'all turned this thing into something that everybody loves. So I appreciate everybody for doing what they're doing. And yet, hey, Rafael Cordero, 2,000 to go. 2,000 to go. So we're gonna try to get there by the end of January. I think we can do it at the current rate that we're growing. And when you look at exponents and stuff, I think we could probably get there or somewhere reasonably close.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? But thanks again to everybody. Hey, my bad. I just wanted to jump in there, Hector, and say that, man, because when you hit a milestone, you got to acknowledge it. You know?
Nah, definitely. Take the wheel whenever you got to take the wheel.
Hey, man, go ahead, man.
But yeah, Frank is like the only punching bag that's left from the Phil Jackson days. So if they're gonna beat on somebody, Frank looks like he's gonna be taking the blows. You know, I want Frank to succeed. You know, we're praying that he succeed, but we just gonna have to see. It's gonna have to be a dogfight in preseason. We have 4 games for preseason. You know, so mark your calendars, December 11th.
You know, good shooters always make good point guards. So if we get him some shooters, he'll get a lot better quick.
Definitely. He if you looked at like when he was playing good last year, he was playing good like in rotations that had like other vets. Like when he was on the floor with Morris, when he was on the floor with Portis. Like he was playing when he had decent vets. So he seems like that type of player that needs to be in a system, that needs to fit in. He cannot be the first, the second, or third option. He just needs to be the person that's like a glue piece.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
no
see,
doubt.
to me is they must see something in at least one of the cards, because when you look there at when we had the 23rd pick and then we traded back, I think they could have got quickly at 33, and then there was a couple of point cards there like Malachi Flynn and Tyrell Terry that they could have took, but they opted to go with a combo guard and take Peyton back as an insurance policy because they see something in either Frank or DSJ.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't, then they would have took Tyrell Terry or Malachi Flynn. 2 guys who can shoot the ball. That Tyrell Terry to me would have been. That's before the draft. I was saying to my head, I was like, it was in my head the whole time leading up to the draft. If Obi falls, then at 27, you have to either move up to get Tyrell Terry or take him at 27. And when we were sitting there at 23, I was like, that'd have been the perfect combination because Tyrell Terry's a perfect guy shooting off picks, and Obi's a perfect guy for setting picks. And that would have been an ideal setup. But they seen something in one of the point guards. I think it's between Frank and DSJ, they see something.
No,
I would have took a point guard.
Joe, I think the reason he fell is because Tyrell Terry is going to give up as many points as he's going to make.
Yeah,
and
that's his size.
And with Quickly, you have just as an elite shooter as Terry, but with his wingspan, you got the D.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And going back to what Joe was saying,
I think that they could have got both of them, though. They could have got Quickly at 33 and Terry at 27 or 25 or whatever.
He's just so little, Terry, man. He's tiny.
Yeah.
Mm.
But so is Trae Young. So is Trae Young.
Trae Young could shoot the lights out the gym, though. Like he could shoot from half. Like,
and if he couldn't shoot the way he shoot, he wouldn't even be in the NBA.
Yeah,
especially with his turnovers.
yeah. Because he plays no defense and he's a turnover machine. You know, and to go back to what Joe was saying, the front office, they're praying that Frank or DSJ does something because they don't want to wind up with egg on their face from the KP trade. You know, so they're praying that DSJ gives some type of spark, and they still want to, don't want to have yoke on their face for not picking Donovan Mitchell, for picking Frank over him. So they're still praying for something from that.
I tell you what, with DSJ though, it really shocked me, like from when he came from Dallas and came to us, because I mean he didn't play bad when he first came to us, and then all of a sudden it's just like the bottom just fell out, and I'm like, well, I understood what he was going through personally, but it just seemed like I don't know what happened, man, but it just his game just went south. It almost reminds me of how when a pitcher can't find home plate,
like Matt
they
Harvey.
can't throw strikes.
Yeah,
That's what DSJ reminds me of.
Sorry, guys, I got disconnected.
Nah, it's cool. DSJ got hurt, so he probably doesn't want to go 100% to get another injury. He's still probably playing with that injury in the back of his head. And, mentally, if you was like the first option your rookie year, and then your second year, you automatically got to take a backseat to Luka, mentally that can mess with your head. So the Dallas Mavericks didn't do any service to him as well. And then when he came over here, he had a good week, but then he got injured, and then we just put him back.
And what's crazy is they could have played them guys together. They could have played them both together.
That's an interesting point.
They really could, because you're acting like Luka doesn't facilitate. Luka would have been a perfect point guard, a perfect player to be next to DSJ.
Exactly. And he shoots, so it would have made it a lot more easier because DSJ would have broke the defense down and would have left him wide open.
Yeah, but Dallas trying to build a FIBA team.
And you know what else? Dallas was looking at the fact that they were trying to get some draft picks. That's what they was thinking about by moving DSJ.
Hey, so I have a question for y'all. So Danny, hey Joe, let me ask this question real quick. Just real quick. So Danny Landis says, would you guys trade for Harden? And what would be the package to get him?
No.
I wouldn't take him for free.
No. The cousin of man.
RJ would never see the ball again.
Like them little babies say, man. The first word a little baby say is no.
It's gonna cost too much, and we're not in a position right now. If we was in a position like Brooklyn, yeah, but we're not in a position right now.
ISO ball doesn't win championships.
You got that right.
No.
You win some games, but you won't win a championship.
No, God, no. I don't want him.
No,
he's way too ball dependent. I just don't understand what even possessed Mike D'Antoni. He should have been fired for making that decision. I mean, who takes a two guard? I don't care how great they can handle the basketball and just makes them the point. That makes no sense. And then especially when you had point guards on your team, I can understand if you didn't have a point, but when you had a Chris Paul, but yet you want James Harden to dominate the ball, I'm like, what in the world? And then you go get Russell Westbrook, who's ball dominant.
Right.
It's just a lot of dumb stuff front office does sometimes. It just makes you just shake your head, man.
That's why he's an assistant now.
Plus, that's he averages like 36 points a game, but he has to throw up 50 shots to get it.
Yeah, and then how much he gonna give up?
Yeah,
he get 36. This man gonna get at least 25.
Easy.
Wow.
Because he don't try on defense. He hadn't played defense since he left OKC. And matter of fact, since the year that championship where they got their butts kicked, that season he was playing defense coming off the bench, and he hadn't played defense since.
No, what it was, Ron Artest knocked all the defense out of him when he got elbowed in the head.
He might be suffering from CTE.
That's what it is. Every time you think about playing defense, he's got a flashback of Artest elbowing him.
Oh, that was dirty.
Do you know what I hope happens to him? I hope Brooklyn give up everything to get him, and it blows back in their face, because that will be a disaster. Kyrie,
you know what that'll be?
No.
You know what that'll be, Joe? What? That'll be the Kevin Garnett and that trade all over again. That's what it'll be all over again.
I hope it happens.
So they can look stupid.
Oh, they'll be him and Kyrie will be fighting.
Him and Kyrie will fight even without him.
Kyrie fights with himself. I think
Yeah.
Kyrie in the locker room, the bathroom on his own boxing himself.
And I heard that dude say he didn't need they didn't need a coach, boy. That's the dumbest thing in sports I ever heard.
And now he put out a statement yesterday saying he's not going to talk to the media all year. How are you going to?
That's a lie.
You can't do that in New York.
You know that's a lie. He gonna talk.
Oh, the media make him talk.
Oh, he's gonna talk. They ain't gonna have to make him talk. That's in his nature.
Yeah, and then plus the NBA makes players do player availability. So it's not like he can do that on his own without being
mandatory.
fined.
You got that right, Freezy.
Yeah, so he can say that all he wants. Everybody knows it's a bluff. I think it's more of a bluff to get the media to come back to him and shove extra microphones in his face. I think that's what he wants.
Yeah.
Instead of having 40 microphones in his face, he really wants 100. So he's like, I'm not going to talk to y'all just so that he can get those extra 100 mics in his face. Like, why didn't you want to talk? You know what I'm saying? So it's he crazy.
He better get those microphones quick before he gets injured.
Yeah, he's an NBA version.
And motivated by success, reminding everybody that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So my man is. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I hope KD tears his other Achilles.
Oh, I don't wish bad on nobody.
I can't do that. I can't go that far.
I wish bad on KD. Only KD.
KD, I wish bad on because he couldn't win a championship with OKC, so he ran to Golden State. And now he's supposed to go to the Knicks, but he's too much of a coward to go to the Knicks that he goes to the other team in New York. You can hide.
Hey, the Nets didn't get KD. They got an injured KD.
Yeah.
And truth be told, go ahead, Steve.
Just that the type of injury that he had, his explosion. Not that he's that type, but at his age and everything, they didn't get the KD we know. We're gonna find out the KD that they got.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you this. Truth be told, Dolan wasn't signing off on that without looking at the medicals. That's the main reason why he didn't come here. Yeah. Dolan wasn't signing off on that. And I don't blame him. I'm not paying that kind of money. We done got burnt too many times paying players that's injured. Nah, I don't blame the guy, man. When I first heard that I did not get mad. I was like, no. Yep. He's 30 years old, man. It's not like he's 20 years old coming off an Achilles. He's 31, 32.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm all about trend analysis, and the same thing with Kyrie. When he left Duke, he's been injured from Duke on. So it's not like it was an isolated thing. This is a trend with him that he never finishes the season. He's had catastrophic injuries. That guy, his hips, his feet, everything, his knees, his shoulders. He's just a blink away from the injury, the being on injured reserve again.
He's like the opposite man.
That crossover move it puts a lot of pressure on your knees. So I mean he's just a walking time bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he breaks a fingernail, he's out for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like the dude's glass. He's the same as KP. That's why I'm glad. I wanted to trade KP when the Celtics made an offer and we turned it down. And we got a worse offer. KP should have been traded before, huh?
Phil looking real smart right now. Remember, he wanted to get rid of him. Phil did a lot of dumb stuff while he was here, but if he would have pulled that trade off, ain't nobody would have been crying about that trade right now.
Yeah, we would have been.
Nobody would have been crying about it.
Because what was the trade offers? The trade offers was 2 first-round picks and
Marcus Smart, Jalen Brown, and somebody else. It was somebody else who was supposed to go in that deal too. It was 3 players.
Yeah, and what do we get? 2 first-round picks, Dennis Smith, and cap space.
But you know what though? I'll say that this year, don't be surprised if KP missed any kind of time, extended time. It's only 72 games this year. Luka can't carry that team out west by himself. It's not gonna happen. They might not make the playoffs and be in the lottery.
Yeah. Do you see their schedule? Their schedule is worse than ours. They got a brutal schedule.
They have to play their division like 18 games.
And KP is not playing right off.
No.
They're ready to say they. Go ahead.
When he comes back, they're going to be on load he's going to be on load management.
Mm-hmm.
No back to backs. stuff like that. So,
less than 28 minutes a game.
Hey, if they don't do load management on Luka, they're going to be rooting that boy too.
Oh yeah, they're gonna run him in the ground. Good
Exactly.
point, Steve. Good point.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
And he has a linebacker body. You don't have a Seville athlete body, so I could see that dude breaking down.
Mm-hmm.
But that kid's been playing since he got in from his rookie year. He's been
Exactly.
playing 20 minutes a game. He's gonna break.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, they catch up with you.
And this might be the year to do it. And to be honest, it might benefit us because if Luka breaks down and KP does,
we got a draft pick.
Yeah.
And their Brutus get their pick is a top 10 pick, and it's ours.
Yeah, because it's unprotected.
They get a top 10, top 10 pick. That pick's ours. Because
if that scenario unfolds,
Luka.
Man, if that scenario unfolds, we have a nucleus of a foundation for the future.
And then you know what? You know what's going to be funny?
Yeah.
If that pick end up being the number one pick.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I can see the
talking about that.
Guys doing that.
Yeah,
that would be hilarious.
You guys see Cade tonight?
Nah.
Yeah, good.
Cade
looks good.
The deal, man.
Smooth. Ben
beautiful
rotation.
His jumper, nice rotation, nice arc. His vision. He's the deal, man.
You know, I really don't want to think about the draft yet. I really don't want to even get my hopes up on that.
I don't want to fall in love too fast.
Yeah, I just want to see how this season play out.
Well, I'm afraid that I'm looking as far as I can because I'm afraid no different than the Gonzaga Baylor game that all of a sudden we're going to wake up one morning and college basketball is canceled for the rest of the year.
No, that's a good point.
I want my eyes. My eyes don't lie.
Yeah, we know them scouts will be doing their job overtime, just because of that fact.
Mm-hmm. And them
but
guys,
even if that was to happen, there will be so many people that will fall. Like it's just be like this draft because March Madness didn't happen. So many people fell. If March Madness happened and Obi Toppin would have went off, he would have not been selected at 8.
Top 2 pick.
Yep.
You imagine you know what? We get Cade, we get Mobley, and we ship out Mitch.
That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. I want to move Mitch to Mavs pick, and whatever pick we get for Randall, move up to the top 6, 7, get Mobley, and get Cade or Jalen.
Yeah, Mitch has to put up this year. This is the year that no more excuses for him. This is his third year.
I don't trust Mitch. I love Mitch. I don't trust
him. Videos.
I don't trust him.
Man.
I want Nerlens Noel starting. I want Mitch to earn his minutes. I want him to be on the bench and earn it.
He's definitely gonna have to earn it with Tibbs, and that goes without saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't.
If this ain't David. This ain't David Fisdale. It's a whole new day.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Tibbs not, and as Joe said, Tibbs is not going to be forgetting about that USA basketball. It's always going to be in the back of his head that he has character issues.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no coach will forget that.
Mitch looks like that. He didn't look like he put any weight on or anything. He looks like a lot skinnier than last year.
I thought his shoulders and his upper body.
His upper body looked broad. It looked real.
Okay. He's starting to get him them AD shoulders.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, but you gotta look at his legs though.
Okay.
No,
his legs are skinny as hell.
His body type though is just a body type that ain't. He's gonna be like KD with that type of body type. It's not a body type that's designed to carry weight. And if he does try to carry weight, he'll break down.
But the only thing I'm gonna say good about Mitch though is that he's not like most bigs. I got like a size 16 or 18. He has small feet for a big man. You know, he wears a size 13, so you don't have to worry about like foot issues. Like KP was wearing like a size 17, so that's why he was having so many problems.
Let me shout out somebody real quick. Ismail is in the building. What's good?
Teddy, get in here, bro.
And motivated by success. Brooklyn Buddha is in the building. He keep dodging me on 2K, but I see you, Brooklyn Buddha. One of these days, I'm gonna catch up to Brooklyn 2K. Hey, Bodega Wi-Fi and the thing. Thank y'all for doing outstanding work. J So, what's good? William. Yo! All right, go ahead. Hey, Teddy, you coming on or what? What you gonna do?
Teddy, what it do, baby?
Hey, what's good? Tunis JC, what's good? And George Alvernia, I saw you yesterday and didn't shout you out. So George is in the building. Payback Carter was good. Yeah, hey, Payback Carter. I'm on PS4. Let me put my joint out there for everybody. Hold on. Hold on. I don't play 2K that often, but hold on.
Freezy about
That's
to start
the
doing
man's
the
Uncle Freezy. All right, hey, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, just the chat room. Check out Ron. What do you have, about 6 videos now?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I just
check
did one.
them out. Well worth the time, man. They're excellent.
Appreciate that.
All right, Ron, put your channel in the chat. On the
Hey,
I'm working
on that right now. I'm gonna put it in there for Ron right now.
Right,
hey, Freezy, I'm hearing a popping. There's a popping noise, and people in the chat
I think
talking about somebody knew that.
Hold on, my fault, guys. Yeah, my fault. That was my mic. My apologies.
Yeah, it's good now. It's good and clean.
Yeah,
Right.
man.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how things play out with us this year, man. But when I look at our roster, it's just so interchangeable. Like either lineup you throw out there, it's gonna be a problem for teams defensively because we're a longer team now this year than we was last year. And I just think we got guys. I'm gonna take it from a man motivated by success. We got guys that's motivated this year, man. Everybody ain't nobody on deals that's gonna keep them here. They all could be gone. Every last one.
Nope. Randall's on
except for RJ and Obi. Them the only 2 guys that's on a long-term contract.
The best away.
Oh yeah, It is. When you playing for your NBA life as a starter, it's put up a shut-up time now.
That's why the comment you made about Randall, he's angry. I'm doing 2010. This kid come in, never played a minute in basketball. He's pushing me out of my position. Bullshit. I'm gonna show the world.
He's gonna do what he need to do. And the thing is, it goes back to the fact he wanted to come to New York. It wasn't like he got sent here in a trade. He wanted to come here. So, much props to Randall for taking that band on his back.
Yep.
Well, I hate this with the whole Randall. He got overpaid, to come here. I
don't think he's overpaid at all. I think that contract
was cheap.
Exactly.
When you got the only other team that wanted to offer him was the Utah Jazz for 2 years, $20 million, and we gave him 2 years at 18 apiece. We overpaid for him.
I don't see it that way personally.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you got the team option for the 3rd year, so it wasn't a bad contract. Actually, it's a tradable contract.
That's what I felt.
It's definitely a tradable contract.
So but with Randall, like I said, the one thing I want to see him do this year, if he can trust his teammates, don't feel like he got to do it all. And I think he will, because this roster is better constructed. We got better shooters on this team this year. He's not gonna feel like he's doing all the heavy lifting. I mean, think about it. His second best player last year on the team was a rookie coming out of college in RJ. RJ was the second best player on the team to Randall.
Yeah. And if you think about their offense, the statistic I gave before, he did 40% from 0 to 3 feet. RJ, Randall's right next to him. It's congestion right there. If he's shooting from that distance, then him and Randall on top of each other.
And I tell you what, that offense was so vanilla last year. Everything was dribble handoff, dribble handoff, dribble handoff, dribble handoff. That's all you saw.
And the only good defense I could have for Randall is that the first month and a half, Alfred Payne didn't pay, DSJ didn't pay. Fizdale had Payne for 2 games before he got fired.
Yeah.
And
in practice.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that I could give for Randall. He DSJ was hurt, Payne was hurt, Frank was the only point guard. Fizdale wasn't playing Frank at point guard. He was playing Wayne Ellington or whoever else at point guard.
But you know what? I'm gonna tell you what teed me off with Fizdale last year, and like when people was trying to defend him, but with the Rock, I'm like, okay, dude, you had all training camp to know who your starting lineup should be. You had training camp and you had a preseason. There's no reason why we should have came in the first game of the season and you don't know what your lineup was. From night to night, that thing was changing. So that's another reason why those guys can play. When there's no consistency, that's a problem. It's just like the same thing with your child, man. If you tell your child, hey, you getting their butt cut and then then they do something and you don't spank them, they're gonna be like, "Well, you just talking."
Right.
Yeah, and it's not like.
So let me ask this real quick. Hey, Phoenix Play Z, are you a Knicks fan? Are you new to the channel? Are you just a NBA fan? Phoenix Plays.
Phoenix Play Z. Yo, R.I.P. to Phoenix when Booker comes here in 3 years. He's coming to New York.
Hey, Joe, let me tell you something, man. Stop coveting other people's property, man. Hey, we need to get off of that, man. We got to stop coveting other people's players, man. Stop that.
Teddy, what up, baby?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Just wanted to see if they're a fan of the NBA. Just seeing how how our show is growing. The fact that we have 2 Timberwolves fans, a Charlotte fan, I think 2 Atlanta fans. Yellow fella is a Lakers fan, right?
I think so.
I think Yellow fella was the Lakers fan, and then we had 2 Portland Trailblazers fans. So the fact that our show is you know what I'm saying, being broadcast everywhere, and we're picking up viewers from other fan bases is just another acknowledgement. And I hate stroking y'all ego. I ain't trying to give y'all the big head or nothing. But the fact that the Phoenix Suns fan base is a Dave Night show, just let y'all know how bad their content is and how we have
That's you never lie.
That's funny.
Yeah, we got so it was one Boston. Remember the hashtag Boston guy? I mean, I'm sorry, hashtag Celtics guy came in.
Oh, so it was like Walker?
Huh?
Marquise?
No, not him. He's a Lakers fan.
Oh, I thought he was that's right. He lives in Boston, but he's a Lakers fan
from Boston.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so but it was another guy that was hashtag Boston. So the fact that people are just jumping in on our joint, you know what I'm saying? your mods banned me is Phoenix. Hey man, it's as long as you know what I'm saying, NBA fans are coming in and being respectful, not just coming to curse up the show or trying to sell porn or life insurance or both. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. We welcome anybody to the conversation. We just want to make sure that we be respectful of everybody, making sure ain't nobody doing nothing crazy. But
I saw that on one of your stuff, man. I was like, who was the fool that would do something like this, man? Hey, FCC is all over the place, man. You trying to get somebody in trouble? Yeah, that ain't cool.
Hey, I want to say something right quick for you.
Hey, Donald Cannon said Sports at Night podcast instead of Knicks. No, we ain't doing that. It's Knicks at Night. Period. No. I mean, I hear you. Yeah, I hate to, you know what I'm saying, sound like you know what I'm saying, trying to be, disrespectful for others. But this right here is the Knicks fan base's chance to vent. We don't often get a chance to vent. You know what I'm saying?
So tell the truth.
Yeah. So it's if somebody else want to do something that's Sports at Night on YouTube, hey, more power to them. I might even support. Not during this hour though. During this hour, right? During this time slot, it's the Knicks at Night podcast.
Good luck.
And look, if we want to talk Frank Ntilikina for 7 straight hours, guess what?
Yeah,
we controlled by the machine.
You right? Ain't no agendas.
Right. But yeah, man. Hey, go ahead, Teddy. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clear that up.
Oh no, I'm glad you got it all out because we talking sports right now, and I want to say salute to my guys. It's good to see y'all. Hey, salute to the chat. You know what I mean? I came in right. I feel like I came in right on time. I don't know what y'all was talking about, but I want to also say, hey, let's salute to Earl Spence for coming back from that car accident and winning his fight tonight. Earl Spence handled his business. That's why I'm coming in so late. I had to watch the fight. Earl Spence handled his business on Danny Garcia.
Oh shit! I forgot the fight.
Oh yeah, it was a one-sided fight, but it was good. And I was hoping he called out Terrence Crawford, but he didn't. But let's get back to the Knicks. I just want to say salute to the chat. Hey, whoever watched that fight, salute to Dallas. But I don't mess with Dallas, but salute to him for getting through that car accident and being able to fight and show out. That's all I'm going to say.
Guillermo was watching it. Hopefully he'll be joining us.
Absolutely. And you know what? Let's get back to this Knicks talk. What was y'all talking about?
Anything you want to talk about?
Hey, let's get to it then.
Everything.
Hey, the conversation about what's next. So I see that as the topic, and I'm saying, okay, we got Frank, who needs to step up, DSJ who needs to step up, Kevin Knox who needs to step up. And then I see, they put a lot of shine on Obi. I'm seeing some flaws. I've seen his workout video today. I see little flaws. He a little heavy footed. I will say that some stuff he was a little heavy footed, but he'll work on that. He knew, but I was thinking, damn, if he gotta follow a defender more than 3 steps, I'm a little like, I don't know.
Yeah, the new Knicks jersey, bro.
I love it too. I love it. And that's what's that? Barrett? Is that number 9? Hey Joe,
that is Barrett.
Number 9.
Is
yeah.
Barrett? Okay. Hey,
yeah.
salute. I'm late. I didn't get one. That looked good.
It's definitely.
But
I threw out my number 6 jersey. I lit it on fire.
Number 6. DSJ.
Number 6.
Who's number 6?
Porzingis.
Porzingis. Hey, why didn't you put the tape on it and put Randall like Max Kellerman did?
Yeah, our new number 6 is trash too.
Hey, Joe, we're gonna get them boys slate clean, man. Slate clean. A new year, the slate is clean, but I'm gonna tell you what.
Yeah.
Hey,
slate clean.
You know what I gotta give a shout out to? Shout out to Doc Rivers. Good looking out. Sending Austin Rivers to us.
Hey, absolutely. He want to be close to home anyways. He want to be close to home for real. Hey, the Philly. I ain't gonna go to Philly though. They got too much going on. I'm gonna go to New York. I can get some shine up there. Yeah. That was smart.
Hey Brian W. RJ Barrett wears number 9 in honor of his pops. His pops wore number 9 professionally. So RJ Barrett is.
I ain't know that.
Yeah, he wearing number 9 because in homage to his pops who never made the league. And when they discussed it, RJ and his pops were about to cry. He was like, yo, one Barrett didn't make the league, wearing number 9, but another Barrett did make the league. So I'm gonna wear number 9 so that when people see Barrett, they'll see, what I'm saying, the link between father and son. So I think that was like a cool thing to do.
He's a good kid, man. Yeah. He's a really good kid.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because he could have wore his own number and be like, nah, I ain't wearing my pop's number. Mm-hmm. But then at the same
DSJ had his 5.
Oh, he would have got that number.
Yeah,
he wanted 5. He would have got that. But
the front of it, Dolan would have told him, "Hey, take that off."
Yeah,
hand it to him.
Now Quickie is number 5. DSJ moved to number 4, his college number.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, I'm excited for Knox.
That made a difference.
You know what I envision Knox turning into, and it ain't really far fetched. I think about a Harrison Barnes type player.
Oh, that's a good comparison. That's who I picture. If he can become Harrison Barnes, we got something.
Just length.
Hey, and Harrison Barnes is not a bad player. It's just
he's
solid. He does everything good. He just ain't.
I think injuries slowed him down a little bit. Other than that, he's been great.
He thought he was gonna be a superstar. He just didn't turn it. He's like in that notch or two below, like a notch below, like a star caliber player. But with that athletic ability, at first coming out of college, you thought he was gonna be, somebody special. Mm-hmm. It just didn't turn out to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. He was a good piece on that Golden State team.
Mm-hmm.
Did
that check out them Radio City jerseys that the Knicks got?
God, those look horrible, bro.
The Radio City ones?
They're all right.
You talking about the ones they just had today?
Not with the circle, not with the circle.
One. Oh.
No, they got another one that's like somebody took a. I seen it on Twitter. I don't know if it's their jersey. I got to double.
I think I know you're talking about.
Nah, they call it the Radio City jersey, and I said, "Damn, these is lit." It's like blue with like highlighted, like a highlighted color. Oh my god! It ain't like the circle ones that they got coming out for that home. I think it's like the home,
the city
jersey.
Never
I hate them.
Yeah, that's trash.
It seemed lazy to me. It's lazy.
I do like that fireman jersey though.
Yeah, yep.
That's the hardest jersey to me in the league. That thing is hot.
Yeah, somebody who worked as a first responder. I like that jersey.
Yo, hey, so I think we got 2 more new people in the chat. Yo, T Money Kazoo, are you new? If you new, type new in the chat. And hey, Johnny Ons, if you new, type new in the chat so we can salute
and say where you from.
Yeah, hey, what's good, Eli M? You know what? I forgot we can't do new because I think another contributor.
Yeah.
Hey,
we ain't mentioned their name. Put a thumbs hashtag where you from.
Yeah, put a thumbs up in the chat if you new, and then new Raptor fan. Okay, all right, LOL. What's good?
General Intellect, salute.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if y'all like what y'all hearing. If you like hearing your name shouted out over the internationally, over every country that has YouTube, different times of day or whatever, Hey, so J Soul from Harlem. Okay. Tribro, we know where you from. Your name Tribro. Tribro Gigolo. Shout out to Tribro Gigolo. We know where you from. Your name Tribro. We know exactly where you from. Yeah, Felipe 210 from San Antonio. I think Felipe. Yeah, we saw that from Felipe or whatever. Hey, so just wanted to ask y'all this: what do y'all think is going to be the major contribution from Alec Burks and Austin Rivers? Do you think they're going to contribute a lot or a little?
A lot.
Shooting off the bench.
Came up because Austin Rivers may be the sneaky one who ends up becoming a starter. I hate to say it, he may be the sneaky one that becomes a starting point guard because his interviews, how he conducts himself, he's the most professional person on the team, I think. And he wants to become a coach after he, leads the game. If we keep him and keep him as our nucleus, this could be a major thing from the jump that nobody's talking about. Austin Rivers is the ultimate teacher to Frank and DSJ that we've had since Jerry.
Where are you going to play him?
Point guard.
Where are you playing him? The one or the two?
The one.
Either.
The one.
Hey, we sleeping on Austin Rivers. Austin Rivers took that pay cut, but he wanted 3 years.
I ain't sleeping on him.
Austin is real.
I don't think.
Let's just be real. If we look at all our point guards, right? You tell me what they do that Austin Rivers can't do. Austin Rivers ain't great at everything. He ain't great at everything, but he's good at everything.
Yeah.
It's not one thing that you say, oh, he needs to work on this. The guy plays defense.
Yep.
The guy can shoot the three, and he can attack the basket, and he can dish the ball.
And the biggest thing is he played on nothing but playoff teams.
Big. That's big.
He coming big. Hey, what happened to Knicks vibes? I'm about to just salute Knicks vibes.
Yeah, really.
I mean, he got scared. It's cool. So Austin Rivers coming in with that playoff experience, that winning experience. He done seen. Look. He played with Chris Paul, James Harden.
Boy, you reading my mind.
Who else he played for? He done played with super.
He played for his daddy.
He played for his dad,
and his daddy was a point guard.
You know what? He gonna pass down the tutelage that he got to all these guys and say, "Look, you got the talent. Mm-hmm. What you gonna do with it?" And he gonna push them in practice. He gonna say, "Look, if I'm here every day and you ain't here every day, that's the problem."
And that's what it is. He's gonna show these young guys how to be NBA veterans, like how to stay in the league for so long. Mm-hmm. That's what's important about having a Burke and having an Austin Rivers. They're not overpaid. They're like $5 million, $3 million. So they can show you this is how you stay in the league. Yeah, you must have hype when you came out of college or whatever, but this is how you stay into the league. This is how you take the tools that you're good at, and this is how you spread them out evenly.
Exactly, because let's just face it, fellas. Every year, a GM's job is to find the person to replace you. Mm-hmm. That's their job, to find the person to replace you. So if you ain't playing up to par,
you got to go.
The train gonna take you up out of New York.
Right. Hey, I want to change the subject. I ain't trying to say subject. I want to say salute to Stephen Fox. Every time I come into the chat, he always say, "Hi, Teddy. I just got to salute to you, my guy. When I see you, I got to show you love every time I see you. It's good to see you."
Feelings mutual, man.
Hey, that's the professor. That's his nickname, Stephen the Professor Fox.
I just can't dribble like the real professor.
The numbers,
Good guy.
Steven, the numbers,
Yep.
man. Yo, Steven, we gotta go.
Yeah, I like that too. The numbers, man.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, Stephen Fox was, I mean, not Stephen Fox, but Austin Rivers was #1 coming out of high school. He was the man coming out of high school. You know what I mean? And to say, look, you know, I made the NBA and it really didn't, his career, he really is a bust. To be technical, but he showed longevity on how to stay in this league, even though his dad helped him. So what? His dad helped to give him that 4-year contract, but he ain't flop. He got another contract. He got another 3 years.
Hey, I ain't knocking Doc for that. I'm gonna make sure my son eat.
I would have done the same thing too. And this is what's so crazy is he traded on him like, look, it's cool. You got the contract. You good. You good.
And then Dad hooked him up and told him, hey, go to New York, and told him what to expect. So you know, I had suspected they had those conversations. The New York Post just confirmed it today in that article that Doc told him to come to New York.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. Doc told him what to expect playing in New York.
Nothing like father love.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I told him not to go to New York, which shocked me. Like, what? His dad was like, look, he goes, don't go make yourself in New York. You don't have to play it for me.
Yeah. I tell you what, that kid got a chance to change the whole narrative on his career. I want to see young guys play.
You know, Ron brought up Kevin Knox.
He has an opportunity to be like one of those Knicks legends, those low key like fan favorite players. He's low key has the ability to be. And what I like too about from listening to like Obi Toppin and Quickly, you know, I hate the word when people talk about culture change, but there was answers to like their questions. Total professionals. You could tell like they seemed like they were coached and they were prepared for those interviews.
Yeah. But as Ron was saying about Kevin Knox, you know, we have the coaches.
Teddy, I'm scared about our.
Go ahead,
Teddy. I'm scared about it. I'm scared about our guy Mitch.
You know what, Mitch? You see his interview?
See what's going on with Mitch?
He switched agents. You see that?
For the 73rd time.
Earlier.
Yeah. He fired.
Go ahead, Steve. You was about to say something?
Hey, Joe.
Yeah,
hey,
let
Joe,
Steve go.
Steve was getting ready to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say to your point about Kevin Knox getting in a Burks and getting in a Rivers, that he's putting in the work with the coaches from the neck down and hopefully from the neck up. But when you get vets, the difference, I think, in Knox taking the next step is the mental game. And if he could have a Rivers and these vets getting his brain right besides the Paynes and the other guys, you know, you can't teach them his length and some of the things. We saw his rookie year. He has a natural offensive game. Yeah. So if we can get the vets to get his mind right and know when to put the foot up his ass and know when to put the arm around the shoulder, maybe you could take him to the next level.
And he was very aggressive that first year, man. I was like, man, that summer league, and even in the season, I was like, oh, we got one.
The first play he ever did was coast to coast dunk.
I was like, we got one. We got one.
The Knicks front office, they need to put like a restriction on his Wi-Fi so he can't be online playing Fortnite.
I heard about that.
Like after 1:00, bro, cut off.
And you know what else too? These guys need to learn how to truly be a professional so far as taking care of their bodies, man. You can't. And my son talked about it. You know, my son played football for Air Force, and he told me, he said, Dad, he said, I used to think people when they talked about taking care of your bodies like that was just a myth. He said you definitely feel the difference when you eat the right things compared to eating the wrong stuff.
Yeah, and that's good that we didn't get Zion. How lucky did we get Zion and then pick, and a year later we get freaking OB. Yeah, Zion problem is location for him. He in Louisiana. How unfortunate is a guy that like to eat that ends up in Louisiana?
That's a perfect spot. Louisiana,
gumbo,
nice spot.
He love that gumbo.
Yeah. It ain't the healthiest place though. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he has DNA issues though. He's going to be thick and he's going to be a big boy no matter what he eats.
Oh yeah, he's going to have to really watch himself.
290.
He's one of them players after he's done with basketball. He's going to have to make sure he stay in the gym.
He the type that's like the type that's a late night snacker.
I think we all got type.
A big problem with him was the first thing the Pelicans had to do with him was teach him how to run again. That ain't good to do with your first overall pick.
Yeah, I heard that.
Generational talent to teach him how to run again.
When I heard that, I was scratching my head like, what? Teach him how to run.
Well, Ja was the number one pick, and Zion was the number one marketing pick. Real basketball people would have known Ja was the right choice. Yep. But for the box office, Zion was the right. But we're all students of the game and students of history. How many guys 6'6", 290 that ever had a long career? None.
Right.
Charles Barkley was not that size, and there's only one Charles Barkley.
And let's talk about it. How lucky was Ja Morant to get the Tennessee market? Tennessee might be the most loyal, laid-back state. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I lived there for 6 years. Hey,
yeah,
they love their sports team, man.
They're and they're not like overbearing. That's another thing.
And they're about to get a Major League Baseball team too.
Yeah,
I can see it.
Oh yeah.
No, that's one of the spots that they're talking about. Either they're gonna get Tennessee or in Jersey. I would want it to be in Jersey.
Well, the taxes in New York and New Jersey and other everyone's moving down to Tennessee and places like that. So they're going to be exploding.
I know. Yeah. I looked that property out there. I ain't gonna lie. I looked that property out there for a second. Like, you know what?
Nashville is cool, man. I'm gonna tell y'all, it's a real cool city. I got to answer Mr. Cannon.
New York is so goddamn expensive.
Texas is crazy. I could never.
Mr. Cannon, this your second time. I think this is the second time asking me this. How much weight I lost? 33 pounds since last year. Yeah, I had a health scare, man. Blood pressure and I was like, dude, I said, you know better than this, man. You ex-military, you know what you need to do.
Yeah, man.
I bought me an elliptical, man, and every day I do like 40 miles on it, like 2 hours, and I burn 1,500 calories.
Nice.
So wow. I'm back down almost to the size that I was when me and my wife got married 15 years ago.
Oh, okay. Hey, congratulations, man.
Congrats. Yo, Teddy, you want to hear something more about James Dolan that's gonna make you hate it more? Bro. The fact you talk about taxes. James Dolan and his family, they haven't paid $1 worth of state or city taxes in New York City since the 80s when it comes to the Garden and Penn Station. So all that money that James Dolan makes when it comes to the Garden, when it comes to Cablevision, when it comes to Penn Station, he don't pay a lick of state or city taxes.
Why do you hate him? That ain't his fault. It's the legislators who make the damn laws that allow him to do that shit.
No, he and his family got a lifetime pass in the 80s from Mayor Dinkins. Because him and his family, but that's because that happened doesn't mean it's right. But him and his family got a lifetime pass because they said they was going to move the Knicks out the city.
What secrets did he have on him? That's the better question.
He said he was like 34th Street is dangerous and we're going to move the Knicks. So they gave them that. So that's another reason why you should hate James Dolan.
Wow.
Hey, sound like that Bobby Bonilla contract.
It's like mom.
But at least with Bobby Bonilla, Steve Cohen's gonna have him come every year to collect the check in front of the fans. So at least they make it a joke out of it.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby B was a good ball player for y'all, man. I'm a Braves fan, but he was a very good. He scared me every time he came up to the bat. I tell you that.
Do it seem like Dolan got like
the Knicks too?
You don't hear stuff like that. Like that's crazy. That's
you think about it though, Teddy.
Royal family stuff.
You think about it. The whole country, man. When it comes to big business, man, all that stuff's tied in, man. Mm-hmm. Whole Vegas is built on that.
That's a different type of bloodline. Like
look at the owner of the Wizards. She's a senator. Her husband is the president of the New York Stock Exchange. So right before COVID hit, she called him up. Him and all of his boys, they dumped all their stocks, and they brought a lot of gig stocks when it comes to Zoom.
Wow, smart.
No, that's crazy.
Insider trading.
Yeah, that's called insider trading. Yeah.
I wish I had that connect.
She ain't in jail.
Hey, stay to the New York Knicks if you want to get in. Come on, man. I'll keep putting the link in the chat, man. And you ain't coming on.
Who's that?
Hey, State. I know you hear me.
Oh man, State gotta come on, man. I love his energy, boy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'm about to get state round up
do you know what
tonight.
they're saying about the Knicks was that
Man, I'm just ready for some doggone basketball, man.
Me too.
Ready
I
for
want
some dog
to.
fights.
I'm about to hype something so hard tonight. I'm about to unravel some feathers tonight because I feel like it's Saturday. I don't got work tomorrow. I can sleep in. We gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it because all this Frank hate from Alan Hahn. Let's talk about it.
I could have choked him.
I don't like. I actually used to like him, but how he came at Frank, he was disrespectful,
man. He tried to make Frank seem like Frank is some garbage player, man.
And I'm like, hold on, have you been watching the same basketball we've been watching? Frank's been getting better every single year, despite the obstacles. Are you crazy?
Yeah, you got to be blind to not know.
But you know what the thing is, I don't. But you know what? I don't buy into any of that or listen to any of that or complain about it because he's an insider. He gets to see used to see it this year they can't, but last year and every other year, see these guys in practice, talk to the coaches, talk to everybody. So I don't know. He knows more than I do. So,
but this what I'm saying though, Joe. Look where he got his information from. These coaches he got it from.
I was just about to bring that up.
Ain't none of them coaching. Ain't none of them coaching right now in the league. None of them are head coaches.
Yeah.
And all of them was trash as coaches.
And not even assistants though. Nobody's even picking them up.
Nah, and all of them was trash as coaches. None of them had a winning record as a coach. But this who you trust? Mm-hmm. I trust Tibbs, and I guarantee you, Tibbs gonna do the right thing. He gonna play the players that know how to play.
I give Alan Hahn his credit if Frank don't play. If Tibbs say, then it's the whole thing is put to bed on Frank. It's a wrap.
But I don't see it happening because Golden State wanted him, and Golden State don't want players who can't play.
I watched Frank's highlights and the type of defense. These guys be really mad at Frank when he gets up on them. They whole game changes.
His length kills him.
Crazy. And then what's so crazy is
disruptive.
He's very disruptive. And then so crazy is he helps our worst defenders. He'll get off his man and help your man. Like, how can you ignore something like that?
Hey, fellas, I just had a thought. I think I know why Golden State wanted him. You know who I think they envisioned Frank as?
Sean Livingston?
Exactly. That's exactly who I was thinking. You read my mind. That's exactly what I said. I was like,
on point.
That's exactly who I think they envisioned Frank. Long body, disruptive on defense, and gonna shoot that mid range. Don't sleep on Frank's little mid range jump shot. He may not be great on that 3-point shot from all over, but that mid range shot is nice from Frank.
And you know what? What he shooting our free throw?
About 82% from the free throw line.
Best believe that jump shot coming from the free throw.
Oh yeah, that translates. If you can shoot free throws, you can shoot jump shots. But the problem with Frank is no Knicks fan can say that guy got consistent minutes from the time he got drafted.
Nope.
Never been consistent.
Nope.
Hey Ron, I love you, but his statistics on the mid range were dismal last year.
What about the year before?
The year before, it was not better. From 0 to 3 feet. I'm going to go by what he made. He did obviously on layups. He did the last couple of years. He did this year 58%. The year before 49% from 3 to 10. He did 35%, and the year before 30%. This year from 10 feet, 28%. So
which one? What when you said 58%? What distance was that?
58% was from 0 to 3 feet. So layup.
So yeah. So getting basically to the basket. When he get to the basket, he's 58%.
Yep.
But people say he can't attack the basket.
He's too long. Every time he gets to the basket,
what's going on, chat? Can you hear me?
What's good?
Hey, man, new to the chat. Love the show.
Welcome.
Appreciate me letting me in. Talking the number one team in basketball.
You got that right. The number one fan base. You heard me?
Absolutely. We've been a Knicks fan since knee high to the ground. You know.
What's on your mind?
Y'all talking Frank? Y'all talking Julius Randle getting traded? 2010 is hard to replace. You know.
I agree.
Even with the spin cycle, it's still 2010. You know what I mean? It's like, who's out there? Like, they talk about trade for draft picks, but draft picks are unproven commodities. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Randall, you got 2010.
Hey, and then Raphael, I gotta co-sign you with this one. Then on an exceptional night, he might give you 30 and about 15 rebounds.
Exactly. Sim ran down the numbers the other day. I was like, whoa, kid balled out. You know what I mean?
I think they brought the right guy in to keep him under control, man. Kenny Payne, don't underestimate that guy, man. That influence from that guy, man. Even Anthony Davis talked about how much he loved that guy, man. All them guys love him.
Hey, Ron, to your point, if I watched the Kentucky game, a couple games ago, and you saw already the impact of Kenny Payne leaving Kentucky. When they played Richmond and they lost, Scar, their center, we all taught when you're 7 feet, you hold that ball up here. He was holding that ball down there, and that little guard on Richmond kept stealing the ball all game.
Cookies.
Yeah, and you know when Kenny Payne was there, that wouldn't be happening.
Nah, sure wouldn't.
Hey Joe, that wasn't a shot at you when I was talking about Randall, because I know you like.
No. Hey, Raphael, man.
Joe came back when he heard that Randall talk.
Hey, Raphael, man. Like I told everybody, man, we all got to have this approach as Knicks fans this year, man. The slate is clean. You know, if you bring in a new coach, new front office, man, we got to give all these guys a chance, man. Every last one. And I know I'm hard on some of them too, but I'm gonna give them a chance. But after about 10 games, then we can go all on in them. You know what I mean? Just give them the business.
Is they professional?
You know what I mean? Exactly. I think Randall gonna do good for us, man.
See, my hate isn't on Randall. It's the fact that I don't think it's, but because his defense, his lack of shooting. But we've seen that he has the ability to play good defense,
and he will.
This year is. That's why I think people like how are we going to work this with Randall and Obi. I think they're going to play Obi at the 3 and Randall at the 4, and see if it works. And to me, it can work because if you're Frank at the point, you got Mitch in the center, and you have RJ Randall play defense. All you got to worry is about Obi, and I think they can get him there because they have to play him. They have to play him, and then you hear Tibbs talk about how versatile Obi is, how athletic Obi is. They're gonna try and play him at the 3 and see if it works.
I always say, man,
if it doesn't work, we fix it.
Like I always say, if you got the ability to move your feet on offense, you got the ability to move it on defense.
And
defense is the one to.
Yeah, and he also drew 163 fouls last year, Randall.
Well, that kid's a monster, man. Like I said in the post, who want to get in front of him? I mean, it's just like LeBron James. Who want to get in front of him? You in trouble.
That's why. That's
spin cycle.
You have. Like
you getting washed up.
Like offensively, if you have Obi, Randall, Mitch, and RJ in offense, oof, teams would be struggling. That offense would be strong, but the problem.
Who's spacing?
You have Obi can space. Randall has the ability to space. RJ shooting is going to improve. Frank's has got to improve because if you don't take Frank, I would take Frank out and I put Quickly in.
I can tell you like this. I don't think they're gonna run that lineup out like that. I don't think they're gonna do it because them guys that they brought in, especially that Omari Spellman kid and Alex Burks. I mean, them guys shoot three-pointers at a high level, and you're not gonna leave them guys on the bench to have a suspect person that can't shoot three-pointers. You know what I mean? Can't move their feet too well. So I just think that lineup that Tibbs gonna do, them two guys, if they play on the floor together, that experiment ain't gonna last long. It's not gonna last long.
And as you said with Spellman, very seldom do you ever see a kid come from Villanova that wasn't trained to play defense either.
From day one.
From day one.
NBA ready. Everything that came out of Billy has been day one ready.
Spellman, to me, I don't think he'll get too many minutes after they trade Randall. Because you already have a logjam between centers and power forwards already when you have it's going to be Obi and Randall and it's going to be Noels and Mitch. So until and then they trade Randall, okay, Spellman will get minutes. But the thing is, will they trade Randall? Because if Randall balls out and starts shooting like he can and plays defense like he can, they're not going to move.
No.
Yeah, but I think
exactly.
But I think the key point, again, Ron touched with the limited schedule, is one game play. They're going to be playing so much that maybe they're going to need to rest a couple of guys and get Spellman some minutes because they're going to be playing such an intense schedule.
Yeah,
they've had 9 months off.
Yeah, that don't make a difference. Once you start playing ball, them 9 months gone.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Back is still tough.
Once they're banging in the hole, it's all different.
But you know
especially if you got to fly.
Tibbs is going to run his 40.
Wait, they are going to be
like a starting lineup 40.
You know what? I think I'm wondering how they're going to work them back-to-backs. How far the distance they're going to be traveling, and especially if you got to go out west.
Not far.
Wait a minute. So there is a West Coast tour in this season?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a brutal season, but that's why if you look at the way they constructed this roster, everybody is interchangeable. And I'm going to tell you like this.
Yep.
Amari Spellman is going to play. When I threw on his tape today and looked at it, I was like, I kicked myself from not looking at his stuff. Every Knicks fan need to look at that kid. I was shocked. I was like, this is what we got for that?
But okay. You know his issue is, though. Amari's issue is.
He played with
Golden State. He played with Golden State, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got.
So you know he know how to play the game the right way. He played for Curry in that winning program, man.
Mm-hmm.
From what it sounded like in his interview, though, it sounded like he ain't been working out this whole 9 months. He said, "I'm getting back into it." You know, it just his answers was just like.
Is always one.
Yeah.
I really was like, really? That was your answer?
When he gets eaten up in practice, he'll maybe change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least he was honest about it. You know what I mean?
Nah,
he didn't have to be honest about it. He'll show it.
PT in an interview. You say all your greatest answers in an interview. You crazy.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you who handled himself smartly, man. Was Obi, man. I love that interview, man. When the guy asked him about defense, what he needed to improve on, and I thought that was the dumbest question. You think I'm gonna tell you what I need to improve on, so these guys can play that tape and know, this is what he's weak at? When he said he needed to work on everything,
right?
I said smart answer, smart answer. You know, but it
Rivers interview personally, like when he was talking about how throwing shots on how everybody was teaming up. And that was the cool thing to do to go to a contender. But to build something special in a place like New York, trust me, if Austin Rivers comes to New York and he helps them get to just a playing game, let's start there.
Mm-hmm.
Playing game. Yo, listen, Austin Rivers is going to get a lot of stock. He's going to get a lot of love in New York. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
He's going to come and he's going to help this thing get moving. He know that he's not going to be the future.
Yo.
But, Legion of Doom in the building.
Yo, suit everybody.
Good.
How you doing? Hey, where you coming from?
Man, I was watching the Errol Spence fight, man. Oh, am I muted?
No, you're
cool.
Yeah, I was watching the Errol Spence fight, man. I was, whew.
Oh, yeah, I had to say something. I came in straight saluting him. I came late, too.
So my bad. I mean, cut you off. Sorry. What? Who was just talking? My bad. Who was that? Who was just talking?
Sane Ralph. We call him Sane Ralph.
Sane Ralph.
Ralph, and we got Sane Ralph.
Sane Ralph. Okay.
I mean, cut you off.
He kind of looked like Snoop Dogg a little bit.
Oh, he looks absolutely nothing like. Actually, no, he looks like Snoop Dogg. He don't look like Snoop Dogg. He likes Snoop Dogg Uncle. If anybody remembers Snoop Dogg, yo, why? All right, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I just derailed this whole show.
Hey, can I unravel y'all feathers right quick about Mitch?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now you gonna rub my feathers because I think I know what you're about to say.
Oh Lord.
So all these different agents, is Mitch an introvert / diva? He an introvert, don't like his communication is terrible, but at the same time he think he the man.
Nah,
is there like something coming from Mitch already?
I think Mitchell Robinson.
I can see where you're going with that.
I was looking at him in the interviews like he looked like he did not want to be there. I'm like,
Mitchell Robinson
acting like he the man.
Mitchell Robinson.
Rondo looked like he didn't want to be there.
He's a woefully
kid. That's different. Mitch.
Yeah, he's a woefully immature kid. You're talking about a kid who he knows that he's naturally talented, right? And a lot of kids, when they come into the NBA, obviously he was on a bad team where no one really checked him per se. He had that absurdly promising rookie season, regards defensively, that stuff. And then he came in. I mean, look, came to a situation where there's a lot of turmoil, right? The Team USA disaster. He's coming in late. Again, he's not had proper guidance. And again, he went to Rich Paul, and Rich Paul, I'm telling you, Rich Paul has probably told so many of his players, gassed them up and told them, hey, you're worth this, shoot, blah, blah. Because remember, Rich Paul's trying to win people over from CAA and all. There's an agency war going on with Rich Paul and everybody else, right? So if you told a kid like Mitch, yo, Mitch, come with me, I'll get you 70, 80 million, blah, blah, blah. Why would Mitch try to improve his game, his communication skills, try to mature, learn how to play the game? Why would he do any of those things if he has a guy like Rich Paul who's trying to build his own island of clients?
Rich Paul's not his agent no more.
No. I'm saying before. No, now I know it's Wasserman. Okay. Now I'm saying why he's grown up like that, right? So he's still like that because in his head, but now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Because he knows his value ain't 70, 80 million. And Chris Paul, he probably got it now that he ain't getting that money. And now he has to stay with the Knicks, who now he has to be with a coach in Tom Thibodeau, who seems like he doesn't like him. But the thing about Mitch is that he's still immature as a kid. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. So he gets at the situation, but he doesn't know how to compartmentalize and be like, all right, and this is what Tibbs is talking about, being professional. The NBA is a game, right? You have to be professional. Okay, Julius Randle.
The NBA is a business.
Julius Randle ain't out there saying, man, F the Knicks. I know I ain't going to be here next year. He's playing it professionally. So other teams be like, you know what? He's not a nuisance. I'll take him on, right? Mitch doesn't get that yet. He's a young kid. What guidance has Mitchell Robinson's gotten in his life? He had 5 agents. He doesn't have any guidance.
6.
Professional.
6.
Hold up. He went through that many agents?
No,
Yeah,
it's 5.
6 agents in 3 years.
6.
6 in 3 years?
No, this was his 6th.
Wait, okay. Wasserman, Rich Paul, the former player, the one that was on the Bulls, was his agent too, right?
David Lee. He started out with David Lee.
Okay, and then the point guard. Who's the point guard who used to be on the Bulls?
BJ Armstrong.
That was his agent too, right?
I think so, yep.
Wow.
This is his 6th.
Right, motivated by success, say, man, the NBA is a business. And in business is about relationships. You can't go burning bridges, man. For one thing's going to happen. At some point, all that athleticism is going to be gone. Then what kind of game you going to have?
He burned.
And the only thing going to keep you in the league is relationship. Look at Udonis Haslem. That guy been collecting checks because of relationships.
JJ Barea.
How they playing? I don't think he played 10 games a season.
JJ Barea the same way. JJ Barea the same way.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, it's a blessing for you to be able to take care of your family and all your friends and everybody. You heard me? But
we gotta talk about this even further. But
I tell you, get back on Austin Rivers right quick.
Yeah.
When you talk about Austin Rivers, you know what's crazy? Austin Rivers is only 28 years old.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, did you hear Guillermo diss me today earlier on his show? He said if I joined the Wu-Tang, I'd be old, ugly bastard.
I didn't say. I never said any of this.
He was saying some terrible things.
Hey, do this. Hey, do this to him.
I never said any of this.
I can't believe it, Guillermo. You broke my heart, man.
Stephen Fox, the first time I talked to Stephen Fox, he's throwing me on the bus. I've never said this. I said he looks like a movie director.
I'm goofing on you, man. I'm goofing.
Professor.
But you know the thing about with Austin Rivers, right? I'm really interested to see Because when I do more and more research on Tom Thibodeau, the more I like this guy's a basketball head, man, like a basketball mind, man. This guy, what he runs offensively and what he tries to push, this is what comes with the professionalism thing. I think if Mitchell Robinson, because look, Tom Thibodeau's going to run he's going to run some triangle looks. It's just inevitable. And people, when we always have a bad taste in our mouth about the triangle, right? And it's not necessarily the worst thing. It's just that there's a lot of, and people say it's old sister, blah, blah. It's like, well, no. What Thibodeau did with the Bulls, especially when Derrick Rose was out, the triangle, he did some amazing things, but you need discipline and you need players who dedicate themselves to learning the system. This is why, like Joakim Noah, go watch Joakim Noah in a triangle. I mean, they have it all over on YouTube, right? If Mitchell Robinson can become a Joakim Noah where he's becoming an expert in regards to knowing people are moving, making passes, be able to set the pick, playing the perfect pinch post role, which is what Joakim Noah did. I'm telling you, he could get his bucks here with the New York Knicks. He has to all that sham God, dribbling and that's not you, and it's never going to be you. It's never going to be effective NBA. We know that's not you. Do the dirty work, passing.
He's never averaged one assist in a year.
Hey, what's so crazy, G, is that he said that I've been working on my threes. He said in an interview, I said, oh my God, I don't know how to feel.
The corner three is going to be important. The corner three
I drive trucks for a living, so I was watching that interview.
Me too.
I almost ran into the ditch. Like, no, you're not trying to shoot threes. Cut it out.
Needs to get he needs to get a sky hook or a post up, something more than a dunk.
Joe, we don't have to go back
threes.
Yeah, really?
He got a sky hook.
Spin move. Give me one step spin move where you dribble one way on your guy, boom, set the
drop step.
Just give me one.
Give a drop step.
Hey, what if you doing Euro steps in the lane?
Hey, 90
This was about professionalism. Why are you studying or faking moves that you know you're not going to do in the game? This is the professionalism part that comes in. You're not in high school. This is not the NBA. This is not intramurals, bro. You are in the NBA. You're probably on the worst team in the NBA. You only average 22 minutes a night, and you're a foul machine. For as talented as you are playing around.
Hey, G, can we all make a bet? The first three we see him shoot, is it going in? Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's not going to get it off.
If he shoots a three and he makes
what he said.
Hey, Mitch is MVP of the league.
Get it off because everybody will be like, "You're not going to shoot that."
Hey,
let me go
game over.
Here's a crazy stat.
It's going to be an air ball.
Hey,
Joe, don't take that to existence.
He better step up his game because you got Evan Mobley behind, who's right there. I think Tom Thibodeau would freaking.
Hey, we gotta stop being so disrespectful and say we're gonna be in the lottery. Let's give a little more hope. Then
no.
I want the lottery. I want the lottery. I'm looking long term, bro.
It's so
I don't want no lottery. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't want that.
We do not have.
I don't want to be in no lottery, man. I'm tired of being a laughing stock. When you're in that lottery, you're a laughing stock.
But how about this? What if the Knicks showed you promise with their players or their system, right? But then you're still in the lottery and you get better players to fit that system.
Okay, I can see that. If we got a great system and we just lose about 1 or 2 points, maybe.
If these are players I want development from, right? If you gave me a better free throw percentage and execution at the basket by RJ Barrett and better 3-point shooter, it could be around 35%, which is league average. If you gave me if an Obi Toppin, and fair enough, be a rookie, but a guy who's effective all over the court, pick and pop, pick and roll, can hit the corner three. I'm fine with that. If you gave me a Kevin Knox that give me two threes a game and give me 6 to 7 rebounds a game and decent defense, I'm fine with that. If you gave me the point guard position is hard, but here's why I'll tell you why Frank might have a chance, right? Thibodeau runs something called the ice defense, which you guys all probably already know, right? Is a defense to prevent the pick and roll. We do not have many point guards on our team that can properly play that ice defense besides Elfrid Payton and Frank. DSJ does not have the size to guard, to push the picker out of the way.
He doesn't have the IQ either. Nah.
DSJ doesn't have that. Miles Powell's not going to do that. You know what I mean? Frank Ntilikina, I think he would relish that role. And if you have a team like the Knicks where the offense is going to be very ugly for the most part, what do? You basically generate offense from defense. turnovers, play in the passing lane, something we do not do. Go back to those Celtics teams with Rondo and tell me that Rondo, James Posey, Tony Allen did not get probably 20 to 30% of their points from playing the passing lanes.
I wanted Rondo.
I would have given Rondo 2 for 20 easily. That would have been my base, 2 for 20 easily.
Y'all crazy. We got Rondo on our team.
Are you kidding? Outside of Chris Paul, give me the best facilitator in the NBA besides Rondo.
No, he's good. He's good in the playoffs. He didn't play the whole season.
But that's the whole point. You're playing him 25 minutes, but you need
a pressure on the floor.
If you're developing DSJ, who the hell DSJ is going to learn from on the floor?
And I give you that. You're right. DSJ needs
Tom
Thibodeau by his side bad. He needs Austin
on the floor. Oh God, why is this guy?
Boy,
Freezy, yo, can you? We got to
my God.
Yo, what up, man?
Hey, Guillermo.
Man.
Hey, what's up, OGs? What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Another Knicks night, man. Another Knicks night.
Hey, it got even better since you ain't here. How about that?
Hey, what's up? No, I'm ready for the debates, man.
Hey, fellas, I was sitting there thinking we were talking about Austin Rivers, those things come in my head like that, man. But Austin Rivers, Tom Thibodeau is really molding this team into that Chicago team. Grandma, you had me thinking, man, when you was talking. And you know exactly who doggone Austin Rivers remind me of?
Aaron Brooks?
Kirk Heinrich.
You know what? You right.
Yep. Very good.
Of who?
Very good.
Of who?
Man.
Kirk Heinrich.
Kirk Heinrich.
Not great at everything, but good at everything. Pesky. Can shoot the three. Can play the combo position.
Yeah.
Kirk Heinrich.
What I like about
let me turn that down.
Oh, go ahead, Ralph.
Man, we got something this year, man. I think they're about the same. He might be a tad bit better on defense.
Oh no, I would say Austin got the way better first step.
Austin is better on defense than Kirk Heinrich.
Okay.
But you know what though, Kirk got that dog in him. He gonna try now. He gonna work real hard, and that's both of them guys. Swiss Army knife.
Well, go back to where Kirk Heinrich was using the triangle, man. Again,
he was lovely
as a guard who could on the weak side of the triangle. Where you have that pinch post player, the Joakim Noah player, and then you have a guy like how they use Kirk Heinrich. Because again, Thibodeau's he's gonna use these players a lot on off-ball movement, right? Whether it's the triangle, which I believe with the Bulls, I think somebody said, I think it was B-Ball Breakdown saying that they ran a triangle during his tenure about 25% of the time. And they ran different looks from the triangle. It's not the same look all the time with the triangle. But essentially, outside of the actual formation triangle and the triangle itself and then the two weak side guys, Thibodeau's going to have an offense that has a lot of movement, regardless if it's the triangle look, whatever it may be. And you need a guy like Rivers who can hit the ball up, who can hit the shot off the dribble, drive and be aggressive on the ball, can make smart decisions while driving to the basket, right? You need guys to hit the open man as they're cutting, as they're moving around. And again, this is why I think guys like people said DSJ might flourish because they confuse him and say he's going to play a Derrick Rose role. Derrick Rose was uberly talented, right? I don't think DSJ has to become a smarter player, man, to fit in Tom Thibodeau's offense. They're not going to run the offense through DSJ. They just can't. They just cannot. The only way DSJ has a bigger role like that is if he can play off ball, which it remains to be seen if he could do that. So I think DSJ might be the odd man out, and I think Frank might have a key in just because
I tell you what, DSJ been working with Mahmoud.
I know Mahmoud,
and he been getting up a ton of shots. Matter of fact, DSJ, I didn't even recognize it.
He did it last summer.
His body type is different.
Let me jump in here right quick. I just want to say something real quick about what Guillermo just said, because what Legion and Knicks podcast just said was an excellent point, and I think we gloss over it sometimes. What we have to do is take a deep dive into what he said. When he said play off ball, it does not automatically mean spot up shooting. Right? Playing off ball means working to get open, working to get open lanes and drives to the basket where all it takes is one pass and lay up at the basket, and also come around pin downs and spot up. So off ball is just not doing what Frank has been doing all these years, just high corner, hoping the defense, the weak side defense will go double team somebody and he'll have a wide open three. What you want to do is make sure off ball means, UCLA cut down the middle of the lane, threatening the rim, threatening the corners, and just all around making space for whoever does have the ball.
Yo, I was watching Gamble. You know what's crazy about what you just said? I'm gonna piggyback off that too. I was watching Thibodeau offense earlier on YouTube, right? And I was watching Nikola Mirotic and how many shots he was getting up, how many threes he was getting up per game. So Tibbs could use knocks like that. Also, I was looking at the way them dudes was passing the ball. It's always an extra pass with those teams. This is why Thibodeau was stressing ball movement and directly talking to the vets, because I know he looked at tape. Like, we all watch games. We watch multiple games. I watch multiple games. It's times it looks like the kids don't even like being on the court with the vets. Like, they all run with each other. It should never be an issue about can a kid play with a vet. That should not be the Knicks' concern. The concern should be, can my draft picks play together, and can I have vets who can play off ball to the draft picks? What happened last year was the kids played off ball to the vets, and that was a disgusting watch. I'm not interested in watching some of the stuff from last year, so I'm not interested in watching 4 starters next to RJ Barrett that has no business starting next to him. Another thing, Thibodeau's offenses had big men who can pass. So I'm looking at Paul Gasol and Noah. They always give the extra pass. Something Randall did not do last season.
Yep.
I don't know if Mitchell Robinson has the IQ to play in a Tibbs offense on the offensive side of the ball, because I don't know if he can pass that well. I don't know if that's his skill. Now, Obi Toppin, I watch highlights of him passing the ball, and he looked like he can pass, but that maybe wasn't his role in college. So what I'm basically saying is, I think we're going to see a beautiful offense next season. And dudes, I think when it comes to coaching, I'm going to always say this, man. The Jets got a talented roster, but the coach is horrible. The coach is so bad that you think Sam Darnold's bad. Remember Jeff Fisher? Remember Jeff Fisher from the Rams?
Yes.
Who was that? Who was the quarterback for the Rams?
Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
Before that was the boy from Texas.
Jared Goff. Do any one of y'all remember Jared Goff when he was under Jeff Fisher?
It was terrible. They'll call him.
He was horrible. He was awful, horrific. Now look at this. Sean McVay comes in. This kid looks superb. So I think everybody got a chance to play. And when I look at the schedule, let's talk about the schedule. I think this really needs to be looked at, because I look at the schedule and I look at the first 10 games. Indiana, we could probably beat them.
We could.
I watched RJ Barrett house Victor Oladipo last season, and that's fact. Philly, we was up 15 on Philly one of those games. So I feel like we could probably beat them too. The Bucks, we're going to probably lose that game. But then we got Cleveland. I feel like we could beat Cleveland. Then you got Toronto. It depends. They'll probably sleep one night. We're going to catch somebody sleeping. You saying no, but if you're a betting man and you bet tickets, you'll always bet the underdog on a back-to-back, because the other team is going to be tired.
You're right about that.
So now I'm looking at Indiana and then the Hawks. So I know we could probably beat both of them. And then we got Utah Jazz and Oklahoma City. So you mean to tell me that the Knicks can't go play 500 ball until mid-January? Like, we don't have the talent?
We don't have, but State, here's what you're forgetting. Most of those teams
got better.
You mentioned, they've had players who've played together for some time.
But you gotta understand,
most of them not successfully and not under the same system. We are literally implementing a totally brand new system.
So what you think? What you think Philly doing? What you think Indiana doing? They both got new coaches. What you think Cleveland doing? They got new coaches.
At the end of the day, they
That's
still
a
got
good point.
superlative talent. Hold up. They have superlative talent that can supersede.
I don't believe so. I believe we got a deep enough roster to contend.
And Ben Simmons is if he had a jump shot, he'd probably be the best point guard in the game, or point forward, whatever the hell you want to call him. Ben Simmons is one of the best two-way players in the league. Embiid, even though he's the best post players in the league. You're talking about two guys that even if we have a new system, they're not going to totally destroy the system and make both those guys ineffective for that game early on. They're going to rely on those guys to go back to their bread and butter to beat teams like the Knicks. Like, why would I sit there and try to experience? If the Knicks are beating me by 8 in the fourth quarter, I'm not going to go to Ben Simmons to have this dude just basically torture us by driving on us.
So under Thibodeau and the ice defense that you were speaking of earlier, every pick and roll that Ben Simmons run, Frank would be sagging off of him and Mitch would be sagging to the paint. So now you're clogging the paint. I mean, we got Thibodeau. So at the end of the day, we can sit here and say, oh, we ain't got the roster to do it. I watched this man win 50-plus games with Kirk Heinrich. And I forgot who that. I watched him win.
Kirk Heinrich. Hold on. It was Kirk Heinrich. Hold up. This is you're forgetting. Kirk Heinrich and Luol Deng were going to the playoffs with Vinny Del Negro. And they also had Bruiser, who was a perennial playoff guy going with Utah back in the day. You also had Joakim Noah. Obviously, Joakim Noah had a pedigree. Came from a winning program in Florida, but still obviously a solid player on the Tibbs, even when Rose was there. So they had players, they had veterans who.
So this Knicks team right now, at the ages they at right now, don't have more collective talent than those Bulls teams.
Yes, they do.
That's what you're saying to me?
Absolutely do.
Go ahead, answer it, G.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
This got real quiet, dude.
This Knicks team now, you think has more talent than win Bulls?
Yes. Yo, I can't judge.
Yo, somebody got something playing in the background. They need to turn whatever they got and playing in the background down or off. Yeah, because listening to y'all, I hear something from YouTube playing at the same time y'all talking.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got nothing playing.
I don't got nothing playing. I turned off Jay-Z.
Yeah, somebody got something playing. I can hear dual broadcast at the same time, man.
Hey, can I say something? Because that Philly matchup is an interesting point that you brought up. After Simmons and Embiid, can we do a matchup comparison as far as talent? Like, who's on Philly now?
Wait, hold on. When you say talent, are you asking me to steal him? I need you to be more specific about talent.
Look at this. Look at now. He wants to take. Look at this.
Because I'm taking RJ Barrett over Tobias Harris. I'm taking RJ over the rest of their roster.
That's what I'm saying about Matt.
Hold on, Raphael. You're taking RJ Barrett over Ben Simmons?
No, I'm not. No. Ben Simmons is a stud. I love Ben Simmons.
You just said that. You just said that, right?
You just said that.
I just specifically said I would take RJ Barrett over the rest of the roster.
No, you didn't. He didn't say rest. He said
yes, I did.
He just said the rest.
I said I'll take RJ over Tobias Harris.
I'm trying to catch him. I apologize.
I thought you said everybody though, but I'm just helping.
He said Tobias Harris.
Got this, right? You talk about Philly. We got Nerlens Noel coming off the bench. We got Julius Bully Randle. We got Obi Toppin.
Spellman.
Get him down for 48 minutes.
Hey, don't ever speak Spellman name in this conversation.
Spellman is not trash, man.
Spellman not trash, but
Spellman in this conversation.
Spellman going to be a backup center because he can stretch the floor. That's going to be a problem. He's going to open up the floor for Obi Toppin.
But Spellman has the same issue as Mitch. Spellman has had weight issues, right? You come into the NBA and you're kind of like a fringe player like that. That's what Tom Thibodeau's talking about, right? You have to come into this league in shape, prepared. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't have to have a Pat Riley to put into your mind to be in shape and basically treat you like a child. Like, bro, you're not getting minutes partially. I mean, honestly, so you're in a.
And see, you proving my point, Guillermo.
But he absolutely.
The coach we got is all about accountability. So he know in order for him to get on the court, he's gonna have to ship up Oh, he gonna shape up.
Be doing that.
Right, we can't talk about. Like, I would love to talk about Spellman as a space floor. I wish he could challenge Mitch and
He can shoot. He can shoot that thing, man. And he's a bullet in the post.
Shooting ain't gonna mean nothing unless you get he has to come into camp in shape.
Don't worry, hey, he'll be a surprise, but I guarantee you, I believe he's gonna come in shape, man. All these guys on make it contracts. Ain't nobody safe next season. That's the thing that everybody failing to realize. Everybody playing for a new contract. Everybody, with the exception of Obi and RJ. Everybody else playing for contracts.
That's a fact, though.
Yeah, and also for us to take the next step, when you look at Noah, what he did with Tibbs in the past, but us watching Jokic in Denver and Gasol, Mitch, 92% of Mitch's shots last year were from 0 to 3 feet, and he averaged less than 1 assist a game.
Hey, can we talk about it? Hey, Steve, I like that we talking about Mitch again. Mitch hits 1-3 a game. How good can we be? Let's be honest. 1-3 a game. I just said 1-3 a game. How good can we?
I don't think he's gonna take it because Tibbs gonna look at him like he's crazy.
Yeah, wait, hold up, Teddy. What about this? Forget the 1-3 game. Can Mitch stay on the floor without major
fouling out
for 35 minutes a night?
That's the thing. Can you trust him?
I still remember the Celtics game. Mitchell Robinson came out because he got into foul trouble, right? And Kemba Walker abused Julius Randle. He drew like 2-3 quick fouls by driving him because Julius Randle's not a good defender like that. And Mitchell wasn't there to protect. Kemba was killing some guard. I forgot who was guarding him. He was driving into Julius Randle and one. If Mitchell Robinson,
but it's not. Hey, Legion of Knicks, but it's not just Julius. I mean, it's not just Mitchell Robinson.
No, I'm just
what I'm saying is I saw in games where Mitchell Robinson left his man to go help because the defense was penetrated. Like, you're not getting defense from your 4, and you're not getting defense from your 3. So Mitch has to cover up for the flaws in defense from those guys.
And that's when he normally get those fouls.
Should he have done it? Should he have done it in a better way? I'm sure. Just rush and just put your hand straight up. Don't go for the shot fakes. But it's not just that people drove to the paint and Mitchell Robinson mugged them when they got there.
Yeah, but beyond that, I love my stats, but Mitch was out of position a lot, and some of the shit don't show up in box scores and stats. Mitch was out of position a lot, and I hope he gets taught a lot of those things, man.
Fair enough, but then why is it that when DJ was here, Mitchell Robinson looked a lot better, right?
Because coaching.
He was basically a coach.
Hold on. But again, because what Freezy was trying to say was that, and I agree with Freezy. I've said this before too. When you have poor guards, right? Mitchell Robinson's they always switch on to Mitchell Robinson, or they meet Mitchell Robinson, and he's in trouble. But the thing about it is that when DJ was here, Mitchell Robinson, he looked a lot better, regardless of his footwork, regardless of his anticipation, regardless of his court awareness on defense, right? So again, I agree with Freezy in the sense that we do not have, or back then we didn't have the necessary guards to defend against a Kemba or a Booker, right? And then Mitch Robinson.
Right. But Julius Randle wasn't here during that same time frame either.
Yeah, but Cantor was, and Cantor was even worse. So,
Cantor's brutal.
Cantor was terrible. Oh, now Freezy disappeared. So yeah, again, you can solve a lot of problems with better decision making, man. And again, I agree with Freezy. I'm not just blaming Mitch Robinson, but when you talk about the 3, I don't even care about the 3, man. If Mitchell Robinson, think about this. Mitchell Robinson played 40 minutes a night or 37 minutes a night, right? Right. What do you have? He easily have 15 and 10. And I'm not even talking about him shooting. So I'm talking about him literally still just being at the basket. But at some point, he could be on the floor. Gobert is not some great offensive talent. He doesn't have an offensive repertoire.
Gobert is built. His body is built. Mitch's body is built to play like that.
But the connection I'm making with Gobert is that Gobert, because of his defensive system, right? He can stay on the court a lot longer.
But
he got defensive IQ to go with defensive ability.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So he can stay on the floor a lot longer than Mitchell Robinson. And Gobert's offensive repertoire is not that great. It's not that advanced, right? But the simple fact that
is so overrated.
It's so long because he can play 35 minutes a night because he's not in foul trouble as quickly as Mitchell Robinson.
Gobert is the most overrated defender.
Hasn't Gobert played like organized basketball much longer than Mitchell Robinson?
Yes. But
Mitchell ain't been playing that long.
So if you compare the defensive prowess at the same time, like what was Rudy Gobert in his third year when he was playing professional basketball? Was he as good defensively as Mitch is now?
No, but
we don't know. We don't know because he was playing in France.
The point is that
headphones rough. What's good, bro?
The point is that Mitchell Robinson needs to work towards being able to stay on the floor. I'm not trying to compare him to Gobert. What I'm trying to say is that Gobert's impact is felt more because he could spend more minutes on the floor because he's in lesser foul trouble per minute probably than Mitchell Robinson. That's what I'm trying to say. If Mitchell Robinson find a way, forget the threes. I don't even care about the stupid threes. If Mitchell Robinson can develop better defensive fundamentals so he can stay on the floor for 35 minutes, right, and use that defense to shut down teams and continue to finish at the basket, he'll be a double-double machine easily. That's without a three. That's without a mid-range shot. That's even without really refined moves to the basket.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I got a question.
Mitch needs to knock down free throws.
Wait, how is that disgusting? I'm literally saying all he has to do.
Guillermo, I got a question to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Does Utah have a better defensive team? Did Utah have a better defensive team than the Knicks?
Yeah, they did.
So if Mitchell Robinson had Utah's defense, would he still be fouling out like that?
I mean, if he had the coaching, because you got to think about Fizdale and Mike Miller, and they was just both garbage.
That disaster. I'm not talking about.
And then the players on Utah's team defensively, they're better defensive players.
Right.
To answer your question, no.
But Gobert, but again,
they have better small forwards. Royce O'Neal, Joe Ingles, they're really good. The small forward department is
all
really
play
good
defense.
I've seen many times the smaller guards switch onto. I've seen many times the smaller guards switch on to Gobert, and his defensive principles are still better. Right? Again, I said I'm not blaming everything on Mitchell Robinson. I'm just saying that if Mitchell Robinson, when we're talking about impact, because Teddy, I'm going by what Teddy said. Teddy said the 3-point shot, right? I said F the 3-point shot. If Mitchell Robinson, because a lot of times you see Mitchell Robinson, he's jumping for balls. Literally, he's 7 feet, whatever the hell he is. Literally, especially against smaller guards. If you do this straight up, that's great enough defense for probably 50% of the guards in the league, if not 60%. And Mitchell Robinson, again, people are talking about if he had a better team. Mitchell Robinson still had a crappy team with DJ here. But DJ was imparting something on him because if you watch those games, he exhibited better.
He played better. It was no doubt. Once DJ came that second half of the season,
and I agree. That's better coaching. He can be a student of the game and be like, "What was it that? Okay, he told me this, blah blah. Why did he teach me this? What? He can go back. He's not dumb, right? We do not put enough pressure. This is why people say, "Oh, these guys can't learn a triangle, blah blah," because they're too dumb. No, it's not they're too dumb. A lot of guys they're just too lazy.
They didn't want to. They didn't want it.
Guillermo, the reason I'll start
feed them the information while Dame Lillard's watching every NBA game. Do we have, besides RJ Barrett, do we really have? Does anybody here on this team feel like anybody outside of Obi or any of the vets, any of our new young kids, do they feel like any of these guys are truly students of the game?
Guillermo, the reason I'll start Nerlens Noel this season is because he's disciplined and he knocks down free throws and he plays not the same defense as Mitchell Robinson, but very similar.
I agree.
I won't be surprised. Plus, he can set a screen.
Mitch only attempted two
forget 3 points. Knock down free throws. It will be okay, and be more disciplined like Nerlens Noel. And
I think the writing is on the wall for Mitch. I think the writing is on the wall for him.
Steven, didn't you say the other night that Nerlens Noel only shot 2 free throws?
You could build on that. Like I told Stephen Fox yesterday, you could still build on that. If you could shoot 75%, you can still build on that. You could carry that over to next season. If you give me 7, if you could shoot 7 out of 10 free throws next season,
yeah, but how do you
I'll be happy.
How do you increase the free throw attempts though? If you're not aggressive to the basket, how do you?
Thank you.
More minutes.
Like, how did he only get 2 free throws?
Yeah, because he only averaged like 15, 20 minutes max. I guess that's the answer. More minutes.
Yes, Steven Adams had. Okay, he was backing up Adams. So he was only getting like maybe 18 minutes a game.
Does your offense have to be more aggressive? If your foul draw rate is not like if it's like in the low 20s, right? Like we talk about Frank, right? And Frank has 85% from the free. But his foul draw rate is 17.7% last year, right? If you don't draw enough fouls, like it doesn't matter what your free throw percentage is. It's nice, but you don't shoot enough to really make it a weapon. Right, so
and plus, didn't Nerlens Noel play with Chris Paul? That's the point. We were shooting down this point last night. the fact that Nerlens Noel played with Chris Paul is the reason why he had a career high of 8 points per game last year. I'm sorry, not high, but in a free agent year, he averaged 8 points a game. What if Mitchell Robinson played with Mitchell? What if Chris Paul played with Mitchell Robinson? What would Mitch's numbers look like?
Oh my goodness!
I'm saying all stats are not linear. You can't just say Nerlens Noel was better because he played with Chris Paul, and then you compare Mitchell Robinson and Elfrid Payton. I mean, come on, man. We got to start. I mean, that point right there is the fact that we just made that linear. Like he is better because he created. Nah, man. My man played with Chris Paul.
Hey, can we talk about a Freezy though? That man had 3 guards that can start our team easily.
Yo, y'all killing me with this Rudy.
3 point guards.
First of all, hold on, Joe. This Rudy Gobert nonsense, man.
I agree with you, State. I agree with you.
I'm glad I do a podcast.
Holla at me when I can talk.
What's the issue with Rudy?
Because this Rudy Gobert.
You're not alone. My head hurting about Rudy Gobert conversation too. That's why.
All I said with Mitch was that I wasn't comparing Rudy and Gobert direct. All I'm saying is that Gobert's impact is felt because he's on. Forget just Gobert.
I don't know that.
Their impact is going to be felt as long as they can be on the floor. Any good defensive center. All I'm saying with Mitch is that he has to find a way from his own game, right? Understandably so that guards in the past have been poor, right? He's had no help or little help. But again, he spent the time with DJ where his defensive stats improved. He has to find a way to go back to those fundamentals because he regressed in many regards, right? By himself. I'm just talking about by himself. I'm not just talking about the team. If he can find a way to stay on the floor, that 9 and 7 impact for 22 minutes, give me 35 minutes, more of Mitch. You're gonna get better numbers without any part of his offense. How's that so hard to understand? I'm not talking about Gobert. Forget Gobert. Any good player, if you can't stay on the floor, your impact cannot be felt.
So I understand you. First of all, Gobert cannot defend the perimeter. So I'm gonna get that out the way. Mitch can. Gobert cannot defend the perimeter. I do a podcast. I look at the numbers. Gobert is worse.
Who's arguing that?
I know, but he's worse in the off season. I mean, in the off season, he's worse in the playoffs. You know why he's worse? Because when he gets switched out on guards, they cook him all the time.
Russell Westbrook.
You just said something that we're not doing.
The floor. All right, I understand. Hold on, real quick.
Are they getting to the playoffs because of Gobert?
Look,
we're not getting there because of Mitch.
But I understand that. But they got Kurtz. Their coach. They got a great coach, right? So Mitchell Robinson, I really need him to shoot the ball, and this is the reason why. I need him to space the floor. It's 2020 going on 2021. I cannot have my center be a non-factor on the offensive side of the ball in today's NBA because you're playing 4 versus 5. So every time Mitch is on the court, once they stop that little pick and roll, him go dive into the basket, it's over for him. I need him to expand his game. I don't want to pay him and he become Hassan Whiteside and he's just comfortable with his money and he's chilling, not trying to get better. So I need to see him start. I understand the little thing. I understand it. I respect it. But Mitch is in a contract year and I need to see what he got before I go in the next offseason and see if I want to trade him or I want to keep him. It's a make.
I think he may get traded. I think he may get traded. I think that Sacramento rumors. I think that's going to possibly happen.
Sacramento for who?
Well, let Joe go. Let Joe go.
He's what I'm the way you're seeing everything, the way Thibodeau's been talking about him, Mitch's body language and the interview. Mitch don't want to be here, and Thibodeau don't want him here.
It did look that way.
Joe, stop that nonsense while I'm on here.
I disagree. I think I'm happy. Hold up, real quick, Joe. I just want to say this to Joe. I'm happy he and Rich Paul are parted ways. I think that was one of my biggest concerns and why I thought Rich Paul could possibly take him away from us. And now that he's with a new agent, I think he's going to be workable. We're going to make things work. So now I'm all in on Mitch. Now that we got a new agent, it says to me he's committed to New York.
You think so?
Mitchell Robinson is committed to New York.
You think
shout out to Parrish in the comments. He's right.
And y'all don't know Tibbs was the mind of a whale,
trying
man.
to take. I had look. I said this is not the first time I said something about Rich Paul and Ron Cleveland. He heard me say something about Rich Paul the other time, but again, Rich Paul. Now that there's no Rich Paul, and with Mitch, I think I'm proud of Leon Rose, and I hope Mitchell Robinson can knock down his free throws and be more disciplined. I think Nerlens Noel should start because until Mitchell Robinson can be more disciplined like Nerlens Noel, until he can knock down those free throws and get those extra points, so he can have an average over 10 points per game and extra, then I think he's a liability. I don't want to take up all your time. Thank you.
Hey, let me tell you something. I hate to be the bearer of bad news for y'all, man, but we got to be a realist. Mm-hmm. Let's be a realist. Mm-hmm. Tibbs was on that USA team.
Yep.
As one of the coaches.
Mm-hmm. What does that have to do with the Knicks, Ron?
What that had to do with the Knicks?
Yeah.
Mitchell Robinson was a problem showing up. That's why Tibbs talked about him with professionalism. And let's go even further. Don't you know they were shopping him draft night? He was that close to being gone.
I don't know.
Hey,
where the sources?
Facts.
Where the sources?
Facts.
For Wiseman?
Facts.
They were looking at getting Wiseman. They were looking at getting Wiseman.
Where the sources? Where we heard this from? Where?
The Warriors. The Warriors said it.
I know the Warriors were looking to stop the number 2.
Hey, so the fact that you got a coach that already talking about your professionalism, coaches don't forget who you are and what you've done in the past. They don't forget that. You have to work. He's had to work twice as hard as anybody else on that roster to build credibility with Tibbs.
But then you
you notice anybody that have played basketball, once a coach focuses on a guy and talks about professionalism, it's just the beginning of the end.
And you know what, Ron Cleveland? Hey, Ron Cleveland, Teddy Cincinnati about to say something. Hey, whoever just said that Noel is about to get that start was dead on, because it seemed like Tibbs already got something against Mitch that it ain't shaking. It ain't shaking.
Stop.
Hey, none of the hey, stay. I want Mitch to start. And Mitch started. We ain't talking about though. Hey, Ron, right quick, Ron. This is what we ain't talking about. Mitch can also remind him of Cat back in Minnesota with all that soft stuff that Jimmy was talking about.
Ooh, I ain't thought about that. I ain't thought about that.
Come on, y'all got to stop.
Diva, you think you this, you think you that. You don't think that looks soft to Tibbs?
I ain't thought about that.
Hey, let me say something for a sec.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think? Remember how Bill Parcells used to coach? How he used to get in players' head to get them to be better?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Do you think that Tibbs is doing that with Mitch?
Absolutely.
That could be a possibility. I ain't ruling that out.
There's no way that you're going to tell me that the type of caliber player that Mitch is right now in his raw state, there's somebody with the basketball knowledge, acumen of Tom Thibodeau, and that development staff that he has with is not high on this kid.
Hold up, can I say something real quick to that?
Go ahead.
Is he 22? How old is Mitch?
22.
Raphael, but Thibodeau has been in the league for, and I'm not passing judgment on Mitch. I'm just saying that there could be a possibility. Thibodeau's been in the NBA. I mean, he's an NBA lifer, right? Some people just see it, whereas like I know this kid is not serious, and maybe they know about things behind the scenes with Mitch, his agent, the way he carries himself, blah blah. Maybe I'm just saying. I'm not going. Me personally, I'm not going either way. Sometimes it's like. This guy, like Ron said, this guy has to work doubly hard, right? To show, because again, he's so talented. But we saw him at Team USA. We knew that he wasn't about, in terms of professionalism and his dedication, he wasn't about ish. Don't matter. Sometimes it don't matter how young these kids are. There are a lot of guys in the NBA who burn out, right? Or who have to get traded or go overseas until they get it, right? Because these guys are, let's be honest, a lot of these kids were spoiled coming up. They were treated like superstars, rock stars. And it goes to their heads. A lot of these guys don't want to work hard. I mean, freaking Steven Jackson, I believe on the All in Smoke podcast was talking about that. So have these guys, when they're done with NBA, done with the game, man, they ain't practicing, they ain't watching film. They don't give a damn. They just want to make their check, go to the club, throw it up. And I'm not saying that's Mitch. But again, Tom Thibodeau's an NBA lifer. When he ran that Bulls team, it wasn't with a bunch of young, like spry kids. It was a bunch of gunners, and they were young kids on the team. But he had focused people, and he's seen a guy like Mitch. Maybe he sees someone who's like, I know this kid might be a bad apple, or something's off with him. Now he has to show me that he's dedicated to changing his the perception on him and his game. Or I'm gonna move on to a veteran who could do the same thing, and I go in the draft. I'll get an Evan Mobley, or I'll move on from Mitch.
Mitch is the best center in the league on the low.
And that's all I was trying to say, Guillermo. Would I trade Mitch? I wouldn't personally. But when I look at the factors, I ain't sitting here and gonna be blind to the fact that they weren't talking about trading the guy, and reports didn't come out about him not being professional. These things are said. So if we sitting here saying like nah, we'll be a fool. If they come down and they say, okay, well, we trading Mitch, and then we sitting there, I didn't see that coming. Man, you'll be a fool to say that.
I didn't. The only report that I heard was Frank Ntilikina. I don't know about Mitch.
Right now, trade Mitch for who? Trade Mitch for who? Right now,
I wouldn't trade him. I wouldn't trade him.
Hey, so I want to jump in at the same time real quick. Hold on for just a second. So I want to say two things right quick before I get out your way. The first thing I want to say is this. Hey, State of the New York Knicks podcast. We want you on here because you smart, not because you have a podcast. You said, yo, I do it because I do a podcast. That's not the reason why we respect the podcast. If you listen. But we want you here because we know you smart, baby. You know what I'm saying? We know you know what you're talking about.
I get
everybody that do podcasts. Hey, hold on for a second. Everybody that do podcasts ain't necessarily good at doing podcasts. So I just want to clarify that. We want you on here because you're smart, and the things you bring to the podcast game is dope. You know what I'm saying? Secondly, I wanted to point out something too. Raphael made a point about Nerlens Noel and the free throws. Dog, that point is way out of line. And the fact that the facts are that Nerlens Noel makes 1.3 free throws a game on 1.7. Right? Mitchell Robinson makes 1.4, which is more, and takes more attempts, 2.4. So the whole Noel thing at the free throw line, man, is way overblown. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that it's not a insightful thought, but the facts are Mitch shoots more and he makes more.
It shouldn't even be a debate. I was just playing.
No. Nerlens Noel is more disciplined on defense, and he knocks down free throws. I'm
gonna tell you. You know what I was most disappointed. It's been two things I've been disappointed so far with what's going on with the Knicks. Only two things. One of them, and like I said, I'm giving everybody a clean slate, but I'm gonna be real. I was disappointed when we brought Peyton back.
Very.
And the other thing I was disappointed with was when I heard them reports about Mitch in training camp. When I heard them reports being said about professionalism, I was like, where all this come from? I'm like, I ain't heard none of this last year. So I'm like, I'm disappointed because I know the kid talent.
It was so close to moving him. So close to moving him.
Really with Mitch, man, it ain't no ceiling for the kid, really. I mean, you got a guy who can run out there and go block 3-point shots. Yeah. Hey, man. Come on, man.
Hey, can I say something for a second? When you look at, hold on 1 second. when you look at Mitch, the areas that Guillermo brought up of development, he's a good offensive rebounder, but just an average defensive rebounder. He averaged 7 rebounds. Gobert doubled that. He averaged almost 14 rebounds. He averaged 0.6 assists a game. For the type of, when you look at the NBA centers that are distributing the ball and stuff, Mitch is a great rim defender. But when you shoot 92% of your shots from 0 to 3%, from 0 to 3 feet, it's a very limited. He's doing things that are very limiting for the team. He should be having a lot more rebounds. He averages three offensive rebounds and 4 defensive rebounds a game.
But think about this, Steven. I'll say this to you. You remember when we had Charles Smith?
Unfortunately.
You remember Charles Smith couldn't finish on the pass?
Ron, let me throw this in there right quick. Hey, the thing about Mitchell Robinson's defensive rebounds are low is no team usually has 2 players that average 10 rebounds. So Mitch's rebounds are low because of defensive rebound opportunity, not because he doesn't chase rebounds. The Knicks already have a guy that averages close to 10 rebounds a game, and a lot of those are defensive. Julius Randle is in the 80th percentile in defensive rebounding, and Mitchell Robinson is in the 30th percentile. So it's a factor of rebound, the defensive rebound opportunity, not the fact that my man don't hustle.
But he averaged 6 rebounds the year before when Randle wasn't there.
I was trying to reply to Steven's point about where Mitch is scoring at. This is what I was talking about. Remember when we had Charles Smith?
Yeah.
If Charles Smith was Mitchell Robinson when he had that ball down there, he would have scored that basket.
Or got fouled.
Or got fouled. And with Mitchell Robinson, I know every time underneath that basket, I don't care. 2 feet, 3 feet, I don't care. I know he get it. 9 times out of 10 is going back in. I take that any day, because there's a lot of fools that's in the NBA right now who can't finish underneath the basket.
Word.
That are 7-footers.
Here's the thing, Ron. You'll take that.
He got fouled.
Robinson's ceiling was low. Mitchell Robinson has a high ceiling. So when you think about it, right, you want him to do more because he can do more. We can do more, right?
We know that, right? But we got to get a guy a pass, man. We got to give the guy a pass. The guy has not had proper coaching, man.
I'm not.
Come on, man. You got to account for something, fellas.
I'm tired of the coaching thing. I get it. You had bad coaching, right? There are a lot of players in the NBA who had bad coaching, and their numbers have improved. We are not the only team with bad.
Julius Randle.
Hey, G,
Julius Randle.
One thing I don't agree with you.
You said what?
Julius Randle, even though you want him traded.
I don't want Julius traded.
What about Julius Randle? Wait, what?
Not all numbers
improved.
No, but it's not the same.
All numbers ain't created equal.
It's not the same because he's a dog.
Hold on, real quick. This narrative, because I want to make this clear because the chat going crazy right now. It's this narrative that the Knicks want to trade Mitch. I don't believe it's true because I do a lot of searching myself. But I do think that teams was calling for Mitch. I do think that Golden State did call for Mitch. I don't believe that the Knicks was going to trade Mitch. I think that the Knicks took all of the young boys off of the table because if they really was going to make a trade, they would have made one. But whatever Thibodeau and those dudes seen behind the scenes, they probably seen something they like. I don't see. This is the thing about Mark Berman and them dudes. I don't like when they say stuff like, "Oh, Leon Rose didn't hit on his top pick. Oh, he didn't get his targets." Leon Rose didn't target none of those dudes. He wasn't paying Gordon Hayward $30 million. I know he was not paying Gordon Hayward $30 million. He wasn't paying Fred VanVleet $20+ million. He wasn't paying Jeremy Grant well. I think he was trying to pay Jeremy Grant, but Jeremy Grant chose to go to Detroit. Understandable, but at the end of the day, we got stability.
Finally,
you got a coach who's in line with the president of basketball operations. You got their draft picks coming in, and you got a multi-talented roster. So this narrative about Mitch and the Knicks wanting to trade him, I don't believe that's true. Personally, I believe that Mitch just needs the proper coaching. I believe that Mitch is a goofball, and Mitch just need to shape up. Thibodeau, homie said something about the Giants coach. Thibodeau reminds me, who's it?
We're going from the Jets to the Giants.
Parcells.
Bill Parcells. Those tough-minded, tough-nosed, speak through the media, mess with your mind type of coaches. Bill Belichick. That's what Thibodeau remind me of. So I think he's just playing with his head because you can't let nobody come in this camp feeling safe. Like no spots is given. You gotta earn it. So these boys had 9 months off. 9 months off. That means you had an extra 4 to 5 months off a regular NBA offseason. If they don't come back and they not nice, I'm gonna be very disappointed. And then on top of the fact that we ain't got no fans. So now you don't got no fans, You had 5 extra months off to work on your game. So now we get to really see who love the game of basketball. Whoever's in the blue and orange, I only want players who love the game. I don't want players who's here who don't love the game. RJ Barrett, I know he loves the game. Like I can look at him, he loves the game. He wants to get better. When I'm looking at a dude like Kevin Knox, I'm looking at his interview, I'm like, okay, he cool. I see he love the game. I'm looking at Julius Randle.
Oh, don't do no, don't do that thing.
No. But when you look at dudes and you look at their demeanor and you look at the way they answer questions, you could tell who love the game and who don't.
Hold on, let me talk to State real quick. You think you slick?
Right.
You know RJ Barrett because you could have done a whole freaking book report on RJ Barrett, knowing that he loves the game because of his actions, right? And I agree with you. Right, the fact that he's hiring shooting coaches, the fact this guy came back from ankle, like he was trying to evolve while playing last season, right during the season. Okay. Don't do that with Kevin Knox just because that Kevin Knox was all sunken in.
We have so many debates about Kevin Knox. I know you don't like him. That's understandable.
Why are you doing it?
I got it because I know when this is what Knicks fans do. When they don't like a certain player on the team, they'll place another player on the team and then try to pin them against each other. I think we need to stop that right now.
Who did I do that with?
Hold on. I'm just saying in general, not you. I'm just saying in general. Another thing Knicks fans like to do, when they don't like that said player, they always ish on the little things that they do to try to get better.
Yep.
Knox, we know his shot didn't fall last season, bro. We know that he was garbage on offense. But the little improvements, like being playable, like playing a little defense, being a little smarter, being
every time we talked about Knox, what's the go-to I say? Defense. I don't even care about his shooting. I don't even care about his shooting because I know it's going to fall. I know he has the ability. So when you talking about, I know you're saying so-called other Knicks fans, but somehow getting back to me. Let me explain my thing on Knox. When I watch Knox on the floor, I don't care about the shooting. I've also said that I believe his rookie year, he actually averaged 40% when guys are close up on him. So I forgot what I said, right? So he has the ability to hit the shot. And again, my problem with Knox is his awareness and his focus on the court. It's not even necessarily anything else on the offensive end, right?
How can you be aware when you got a dummy teaching you?
Yo, State. I got a question for you, State.
A lot of guys who have dummy teachers in the NBA, and why are they getting better?
I agree with you.
State, I just want to say this to you, State.
We're not the only bad team in the NBA. I'm sorry to cut you off, God. We're not the only bad team in the NBA. There are a bunch of guys out there that we want to. And I'm not saying that this guy was great. Christian Woods was a freaking option last year, or this past off season. He's been.
I wasn't that high on him.
Fair enough. But the point is that he showed improvement, right? And he was on a terrible Pistons team last year, right?
He's still overrated.
Because he got.
I agree with you guys, but what I'm saying is that he improved his numbers.
He got the opportunity.
I give you that, Guerrero.
That's fact. I'm not saying he's good or that good.
He improved.
Guys in the NBA who work on their games, right? Mid-season, off-season. Why? And I think that part of it is also Knicks culture, right? We don't have players per se. We don't have veterans built behind Bob, but still, again, there are other teams as bad as the Knicks that have had players who have grown exponentially. And I think it's because they want the game a little bit more. And some of these guys in smaller markets, right? All they have really is that freaking team, whatever, right? My boys live in Indiana, right? I used to work for Lockheed Martin. He said the only thing that's in there is literally Indiana Pacers during the NBA season. There's nothing going on in Indiana, right? You come to New York, you go to One Oak, you go to Catch Hotel, you go to PhD Hotel. These guys, I'm not saying they all do this, but New York, there's just too many opportunities to not give an F if you're a professional ball player, right?
That would be true if any one of them got in trouble, but I don't believe none of our young boys got in trouble. So
no, you don't have to get in trouble to not care about basketball by going to.
Go ahead, Ralph. I believe Ralph had a question.
Oh no, Stay. I was just going to tell you that at first I thought the Mitchell Robinson situation could have been a rumor. I mean, I'm not co-signing on it, but it's possible that Joe Madden, who's not here, but you know he whoever said it was Ron, Joe Madden, and some other people were agreeing with him that Mitch was possibly being traded. My whole thing is what makes me start to believe that a little more, just a little bit more, is that the timing of Mitchell Robinson switching agents. It's possible that Leon Rose was like, listen, man, if you guys gonna try to play this game, whatever game they were trying to play, that you know what, if you're not committed to New York, I can't make a cornerstone like I did. And it's possible that Mitch Robinson is committed to New York, and it's the reason why the timing of him switching agents, he's making it be known like, listen, I want to be a New York Knicks lifer. I'm switching my agents. I still want my money, and I'm not going to be stupid. But
Leon, sorry.
Let me just say something real quick. Leon Rose, I'm trying to get into his head from the moves that he's made, and the smart chess move that he would make is let Mitch show this year what he got, but why trade him in a bad draft this past year, a mediocre draft? Let him show. Trade him like Guillermo said, but for a Mobley, trade him next year when you have a great draft and you'll get something for him.
I don't think he wants to trade him. I think he's letting him know. Listen, I already said to the fans that you're a cornerstone, but you need to, I don't know what games was being behind the scenes, but it seems like Rich Paul was sort of maybe manipulating him to like go for an extreme big contract, and he's like, listen, man, this guy is not on your side. You're gonna be a journeyman or something if you keep listening to him, or you could be with us and we'll give you a nice bag and you can build a legacy sort of conversation.
Yo, Ralph. So you think Rich Paul was orchestrating Mitch to leave the Knicks, and Mitch wanted to stay, so he fired Rich Paul to get a new agent, so that could show Leon Rose that he's committed? That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a
different angle. That's definitely a different angle.
Ooh,
you know what?
That's a good one. That's a very good one.
I like that.
So wait a minute. So if he did that, right,
Mm-hmm.
to show that he's committed to New York, does that speak to professionalism?
I mean,
it's a step in the right direction. That's all I can say.
In the right direction to professionalism. Okay, so all of that stuff that the media was talking about Mitch's professionalism.
Well, remember that happened yesterday though. But that happened yesterday. Him switching agents. What happened? That happened yesterday, right?
I guess I don't know. I didn't. Even know
that's what I'm saying. I'm starting off. I'm building from yesterday. I'm not building up from 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. He still has ways to go though.
And that Fizz interview was what, 2 days ago? 2 days? About 2 days ago, Fizz talked about him.
So 2 days ago.
And then he switched the agent the day after.
Switched the agent the day after.
Yeah. I see. It's funny. It's funny because now that I'm thinking about it,
that's a nice.
I think that's really what went down behind the scenes.
That's a nice.
Also, you gotta kind of see. I'm really curious about what's gonna happen next season because you know what
But that's why Leon Rose was hired. That's the main reason Steve Mills is more out. It's not because granted, we disagree a lot with Phil Jackson, Steve Mills, but these are the reasons you hire a World Wide Wes and a Steve. That's why you need a snake, Guillermo.
I'm throwing another angle at y'all real quick.
I got one after you.
I'm not coming at you.
You don't say it. I got a feeling. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me just say something to Guillermo. Guillermo made a reference about World Wide Wes, about being a snake. This is like right now you're dealing with snakes. Like a Rich Paul could have been a snake. And you need a World Wide West on your corner to say, listen, I got a situation where they're trying to snake Mitchell Robinson from my team. I need you guys to put these. I need you guys to handle, because they're trying to. This is war, and they're trying to listen. They know Mitchell Robinson's talent. If they can pry him away from us and have him against us, you need a Leon Rose in the World Wide West to say, listen, man, these are tough people. Those are tough people to engage with. You know what I mean?
I think it's the other way around, guy. I think Mitchell Robinson has seen that he has less leverage, right? I do think that there is an agency war brewing, or already there, whatever you want to call it. But I think it's more so that Mitchell Robinson saw that the market was not going to be created from. I think that because, again, Rich Paul is trying to get as many clients as possible, right? He'll probably sell a lot of these guys fake dreams. He'll take, fringe players, right? The top players, you can say, hey, you can play with LeBron or I'll get you a contract, right? it is what it is, right? But some of these guys like Mitchell Robinson, he probably told Mitchell Robinson, hey, I'll get you $70-80 million a year. And Mitchell Robinson's looking at it like, hold up, I'm not getting that crap this year. What the hell is this guy talking about, right? And then he's like, damn, I know I'm not going to get it. So I might as well try to appease Leon Rose, change the agents, work as hard as I can for this Knicks and get an extension. Because again, there's no 70-80. There's probably not even a $65 million market for Mitchell Robinson.
I don't want to cut you off. When you finish, I want to say something.
What did Capella get from the Rockets? 5 years, 90?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Mitchell Robinson's not sniffing anywhere near that with the Knicks, right? And I think that's the last center, non-spacing center to get that type of money, right? If anybody can correct me.
You got to be winning to get that type of money. You got to be winning. Can I throw the caveat though?
Wait, did Gobert get paid? Sorry to cut you off. Did Gobert get paid yet?
Nah. They will trade him.
I'm not asking for him. I was just trying to think of the last non-spacing big to get that type of money. I think that was, if I remember.
No, that was your boy. That was your boy. The fool from Miami.
Oh, Bam? Nah, Bam could kind of space the floor.
He can shoot the middle.
Bam, the other cat.
Oh, Whiteside? Yeah.
Whiteside was pretty much the last.
Nah, but he got paid before Capella, I believe.
He did.
He did.
They was around the same time, those two.
You know what I think? The Knicks is doing? I think they're gonna go in the next season, and the kids is gonna get some run. I think they really trying to make some of these kids look like assets going to next year's off season, and I think they're gonna really try to make a trade for a current All-Star. I don't know who, but I'm going to pay attention to a lot of teams in the Western Conference and where they end up at next season. I think he's going to try to make a trade for somebody while keeping RJ and Mitch. And I think he's going to try to go into free agency next offseason and just be like, look, listen, we're going to try to get somebody. But I think the Knicks, you got to have one of these kids pop, at least 1 to 3 of them pop. And I think they're going to try to make a trade. So I wouldn't be too sure about the 2021 draft pick that we have. I wouldn't be too sure if the 2 draft picks going to walk through that door. I'm be real. I'll be honest with y'all.
Stay. I just want to tell you. I just want to tell you something. That you remember that Marcus Morris trade? I mean, situation with the Knicks, and everybody was mad that we had Marcus Morris and we gave him a lot of minutes. Now Marcus Morris, I feel today I learned that he served a real good. He was a blessing in many ways because, especially with his situation with Rich Paul, and him having to fire Rich Paul because Rich Paul didn't give him the contract, tell him about the contract that the Clippers offered him, and that situation, that mistrust, and Marcus Morris being in the with the Knicks, so it's why Mitchell Robinson was able to say, you know what, maybe Rich Paul isn't a good agent to have. Maybe Leon Rose is right. Maybe
he saw the market. The market was not shaping up for him to be as lucrative as he thought, man. It's not Rich Paul. Most of these guys are snake. I mean, I knew about Scott Boras since I was a kid. How much of a snake, but he'll get you he can get you money if you perform, right? But Rich Paul
is still getting them the bag
to acquire talent, and Mitchell Robinson, I think, was a casualty of that war. He stupidly signed with Rich Paul. He didn't get somebody to properly survey the landscape in terms of the market for him to tell him, hey, Mitchell Robinson, you're averaging 9 and 7, right? Unless you, like people said, start shooting, unless you start looking like 80, whatever, you're not getting $70-80 million a year. And also remember, the NBA just went through a season where 70% of the ratings dropped 70%. The networks are they're freaking drooling to get a force majeure. This is why the networks wanted the NBA. When these people are talking about protests and stuff, they were like, yeah, do that because there's a force majeure clause that says if you guys do not play, you get to reset the CBA.
And they're going to lose a lot of money.
The networks want to bring that money down because they've lost a lot of money. ESPN so many people. So Mitchell Robinson is looking at this like, holy crap. I'm probably not going to be getting big money in what is it, 2 years, whatever, right?
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Let me try to get an extension with these Knicks because, again, homegrown talent. If I show that, it'd be better off for me trying to improve on this Knicks team versus give you 9-7 and 22, go into the free agency market in, was it 2 years, 2 seasons, whatever, right? And hope I get a freaking, even a $65 million deal for 5 years. I'm
not going to give Mitch that.
Hey, did y'all see that?
Thank you. You say you're not going to give him that, right? That's what
I said another team will offer him that.
Hey, fellas, hold that thought. Since we talking about this, right? Hold that thought. Somebody just put in the track in the chat that I believe is Darley. What if Mitch signs the CAA?
I was thinking that.
He's a part of the family now. You know, we all run the family business, man. We only get people we know, connections. We not getting nobody we don't know no more.
I'm gonna go further with this. I'm gonna go further with this. If Mitch signs the CAA, there's no way we trading him.
He's with Wasserman right now.
Hey, Raphael. Hey, let me say, hey, Raphael. Hey, you got to turn your mic up because when you're talking, we can barely hear what you're saying.
Oh, how's it now?
Hey, no, not you, God, Moses and Elijah. I'm talking about the other Raphael.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on.
The one that looks like
Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, hey, in the chat, in the chat, they like, yo, King Sweat Daddy can't get in and talk. Yo, told me King Sweat Daddy in the chat. Hey, Raphael, it ain't nothing but love, man.
It's all good. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, yo, wow.
Mitchell Robinson does a semester,
Can't see it now,
bro. He'll get a 5-year contract max, bro.
I would love to pay Mitch, but Mitch got to show me a jump shot. I'm not interested in. Listen, it's never about the defense with Mitch Robinson. We know he's going to get better, but
we know
show in all.
We know,
bro. Stop. He's 22. Babies only grow. They're smaller.
If you're objective about the Knicks and you have qualms, right? This is what State does. That means that you, in his eyes, you don't love the Knicks. You don't love the players. No.
No, that's not it.
Both sides, yes. Because I get on Twitter every day with this dude. Not every day. I don't even. When I do, if I pass any judgment and say, "Damn, this dude is yo, you hating this," it's like, what the hell is that? I'm not hating these dudes, bro. I don't have any hatred. If Kevin Knox could give me 18 and 6. I'd be happy. Not 18, that's too much. 15 and 6, even 13 and 6 with solid defense. Better
18 ain't 18. He can hit 18.
Okay. He can do it. If he does it, I'm on his bandwagon. But until then, he has to show. This is why I like RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett is like Majin Buu. RJ evolving right before our eyes as he was playing. Did he ever reach it where he was consistent? But this is the thing about RJ Barrett. We knew he was flawed coming in, and he worked hard on every deficiency he had. We saw it. You know what I mean? How can we sit here? I can't sit here and say that he's going to be perfect or so much better, but I feel comfortable with him. Frank Frank, Knox, DSJ, we're all talking about better coaching, right? RJ was getting better amidst 2 freaking bad coaches. Or not great coaches in Miller and Fizdale. He was showing you spurts and splits of getting better. That's what I want from my players. That I know I played for a bum ass coach in Fizdale, right? But me, I'm Knox. Why is that Knox in his speech? Right? He said that he.
I can answer that for you, Guillermo. You know what it is, and you played ball. Everybody that played ball, they know. You got some players who are self-motivated.
That's all I want, State.
And some ain't.
That's all I want, State. I want guys who are. They want to improve their game and make the team better. That's all I want. When Knox mentioned working on his post-up game with Obi, it's like I wanted to applaud it, but I'm like, dogs, you could have been doing that even before you got here because you have the height, you can shoot, you have the ability. F Fizdale, F Mike Miller, F him. Even when I was saying with Frank, I said if I was Frank and I'm playing with bum-ass Fizdale, you know what I would have done when I'm in the game? I don't have the speed to beat players. But I'm doing straight Mark Jackson every time. I'm posting up from the block. I'm posting up from the elbow, and I'm facilitating. And if Fizdale has something to say about it, when I'm looking up and I got 7 assists, because I'm telling all these guys, I'm talking to the guys, yo, when we do this play, cut here so I can pass you the ball. blah, blah. Yo, Fizzo said we shouldn't. I don't care what Fizzo says. Fizzo's not a real coach. He's only here
That's
because
how you get labeled uncoachable. That's how you get labeled uncoachable.
Hey, let me.
That's dangerous waters.
Hold on. If I'm facilitating and making my team better, you're gonna sit here and say that Fizzo's gonna be like, well, we're playing better, but Frank,
if you want a long career and you want to be coachable, you have to listen to what the coach says, even if it's stupid.
Long term.
Only Kobe, only dudes of that ilk could do that. Kobe could do that. Jordan could do that.
Listen to you're talking about. You're talking about scorers. When I'm talking about with Frank, I'm talking about most of facilitating. That first year we had with Fizdale, when you look at what was on the court, a lot of it was just ISO garbage. We didn't really have any semblance of a system for that team, right? I'm begging, I'm talking, and I'm not saying they didn't try, so he didn't do this, right? But I'm trying my hardest to create some impact on the floor because, again, people talk about Frank. Well, as soon as he comes to pass the half-court line, he's hitting it off, right? And that's, I think, because part of it is that he's scared to be aggressive. And I think that in his mind, sometimes he thinks that I can't beat my guy off the dribble, right?
That's not true third season. See? That's not true his third season. His first two
years.
He's been in last year, he was doing the same thing, too. There were spurts of him.
He was not.
The end of the season, he was being aggressive. I'll give him that. But again, spurts of it, right?
No, come on, bro.
Hold on. You're saying tell me he was aggressive the whole season, Stick? Come on.
Not the whole season. Not the whole season.
Okay, so why
past January, when they really started playing him, he started getting aggressive. He put
at the end of the season, at the end of the bubble or whenever not the bubble, the events in the world. I can't say it on YouTube, right? The events of the world occurred, right? Around that, right? Near the end of the season, right?
Yo, listen.
Frank, even with Frank, you tell me there weren't any sets where Frank could have had the ball at the elbow, right? And post Jackson style.
You got to be coached to do that. If he doesn't listen to his coach, he's labeled uncoachable. You can't be mad at stuff like that.
You know the greatest thing about his state? Frank was the only person where Fizz was talking about that. I'll take you out if you make stupid mistakes. When you make mental mistakes. Why is it that Frank was the only person that was punished by Fizdale for making mistakes consistently? Anytime Frank made a mistake, you got taken out the game. And they weren't getting taken out the game, bro. So you know why? You don't want to play me? All right, screw you. I'm gonna try to facilitate and do something. Trade me to another team because this is garbage, dogs. I'm the only you punish.
Can I tell you? You know the reason why? We all know the reason why. I don't like doing this. I don't like dragging Scott Perry and these dudes into this. But we know it's politics. This is why a lot of us is going into next season thinking Randall and Nerlens Noel and Alfred Payton and all of those, Reggie Bullock is going to start next season because of politics. And we all know that politics ran the Knicks for the past 19 years. Why did RJ get the starting shooting guard position? Because of politics. He was the third overall pick. I don't like when the Knicks do that. If the Knicks had no politics going in the next season, I promise you, Alfred Payton would not be starting. I promise you. If you start Mitch, you don't start Randall. If you start Obi Toppin, please start him with Nerlens Noel. I would like that combination because Nerlens he's more of a vet. You get what I'm saying? But don't just throw Payton, Randall, Reggie Bullock, RJ Barrett, and Nerlens Noel out there. That is disgusting. That is the same thing we seen last season.
I kind of disagree, State. I disagree, State.
Why am I watching that? Why am I watching what I
want to hear this?
I don't think Frank was drafted as a project, so he has a lot of tools. He's not no Killian Hayes where he could come up to he can average 15 points per game.
What? Killian Hayes ain't even averaging 15 next season.
He can average 10. I think he can average 10.
Killian Hayes?
No, Killian Hayes is averaging under 8 points next season.
All right. Anyway, let me keep going.
Frank won every episode. Go ahead. That was your one.
Frank came as a triangle. Hold up, as a triangle player, averaging 5 points per game in France. So I don't think he lacked a lot of tools. I don't think he had. He had ways to go. But right now, his game is developed. His offensive game is more developed now, and it's actually, it's if he would have came as a rookie, like with that kind of dribble and that kind of jump shot, it would have been all right. But he was far from where he was. So you could give him all 30 minutes all you want, or you could start him all you want. He still was gonna average 5 or 6 points.
So you need to waste my time with a season of Jarrett Jack? Are you kidding me? So you wasted my time with Moutier and Jarrett Jack not even in the league right now, nor Moutier.
He has a lot to learn, my brother. He has a lot to learn. He has a lot to learn. He has to learn the ropes.
Do anybody know what Moutier signed? Because this is disgusting. I'm gonna get you right. Are you kidding me?
But you're trying to say, hold on.
State, that's not what he's saying. My man just said he coming in as a rookie with those numbers. If he come in with a rookie and with those numbers, he got something to build on. While we don't always agree with the point, let's at least look at what my man is saying in context. Don't just smash what he's saying before you hear what he's saying. We give everybody the same respect. When everybody put their point out there, we just shut up and listen. And then take it in context. You understand? We gotta take my man's point in context. You know what I'm saying? He's not saying he's going to be a career 12-6 guy partway back up. He said coming into the league.
Coming into the league, he was a project. He was a 5-point per game project.
It makes me sad.
No, not Frank. Oh, no, not Frank. I'm talking about what you said about Killian Hayes. Frank is a 6'4" Otis Thorpe. I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm talking about what you said about Killian Hayes.
Killian Hayes is a project, though, man. Like, this is a draft.
But you can see, I see more offense in Killian Hayes, and I see more defense in Frank coming into the draft.
That's fair.
I
think Frank was more of a so-called defensive.
Yeah, so you can't do this whole argument that I don't want to see Jarrett Jack get minutes when Frank at most was going to get you 3 or 4 points. He don't know nothing. All he knows is defense. So if Jarrett Jack starts in front of him, that means he's like, yo, listen, man, you got to do this, and he got to learn from him.
Yo, God,
Frank is a person he has to learn from people.
Yo, God,
can somebody look up what Frank's actual numbers were coming out of
5 points?
Coming out of college.
If Frank would have started, we would have had a better draft pick. This is disgusting.
Frank got drafted. Which year again? He got drafted. Okay, so
2017, and then 2018. If he would have played, we would have won less games. We would have had a higher draft pick, and we would have had better players. We'd have never had Kevin Knox.
Frank has a lot to learn on the offense. He has a lot to learn.
But what do victories with vets get us? Nowhere.
It's about making Frank better. To make him better, you have to put people in front of him for him to learn from.
Come on, listen. No, and this is to all Knicks fans. This is to y'all. This is to people in chat. Nobody's coming to play here with 1-year journeymen. I'm gonna repeat. Nobody's coming here to play with 1-year journeymen. The people that's going to save us are our draft picks. So they got to get better. I have no need. Hold on, Gamo, real quick. I have no need to watch Jarrett Jack on my TV. When you drafted a point guard, hold on. You drafted a point guard 8. Play him. We did not play him, and we got a worse draft pick. Now y'all got introduced. Hold on. You got introduced to Kevin Knox. You don't like
defensive point guard. He's a defensive point guard.
Inconsistent. State just said. State got on me and said that these players, they were not doing good because of coaching and blah blah, right? But now when you bring on a guy like Jarrett Jack, a veteran, to show these guys a way, don't play Jarrett Jack, man. You gotta play these young guys.
Because he swears that Frank is a two-way player that can average 15 points. Yes, you are. But you capping extra heavy.
He's a role player. He's a role player.
No, you can't. No, you capping right now. I caught you capping right now. Yes, you. Frank ain't no starter. Look, Frank should have started. Frank should have started. Let me finish.
I never said that.
Jarrett Jack. Hold up. Jarrett Jack should start in front of him. Emmanuel Moutier should start in front of him. Alpha Payne should start in front of him. Everybody who's should start in front of him. To hold it down like that. You capping. You capping right now.
Let me get this clear. I came on here and said Frank was a superstar. No, I never came on here and said Frank.
You don't have to say he's a superstar. You could talk like he's a superstar.
I don't talk like that. He's Mr. 6 Man too.
You talking like Frank has offense. You talking like Frank has offense. Frank has no offense.
Confused with people. He can get better.
You got no argument. He has no offense. You have no argument. You dead in the waters right now. You got no offense.
Yo,
he's no offense point guard.
Okay,
no offense point guard.
I respect it. I respect it.
Steve Mills has to pay dudes.
All-stars right now average double-digit points their first 3 seasons. I'm gonna need you to stop. 1, 2. I never get on here and say Frank gonna be a superstar. Frank this, that, and the third. The reason why I like him is he a good rotational piece. He don't pout. He plays defense. I got tired of watching point guards come in the guard and run amok. He's the only person who gives a shit about fighting over a screen. Hold on, real quick. He's not selfish, and I understand who he is. He's a great role player. I get mad at
running the muck is him because he don't know how to run an offense. He don't got the offense like that. His offense ain't built like that. His offense is not that good.
All right, but you want to make Barrett better, right? You want to make Barrett, you want to put Barrett in a position to be great, right? Barrett doesn't need a ball-dominant point guard. He does not need that. He does not need that. Barrett is ball-dominant.
You reaching with that argument, but I hear you.
What? Next to Barrett? You know that. Stop it.
You can talk about Alfred Payton all you want. At the end of the day, he's a better fit on the offense than Frank. Frank does not have the offense to run the offense yet.
He was ranked 29th in offense last season.
He didn't do the worst offensive point guard right now.
What?
Frank is one of the worst in offense. The Knicks had to develop his offense. You know how many people they had to put in front of him so he could learn how to run offense? Frank can't run an offense.
That didn't help us. That didn't help us get better draft picks. It was stupid. We should have been developing him and getting better draft picks. That's what we should have been doing instead of Moutier is out the league, bro. That's a waste of my time, bro.
You don't think people say that Frank should be out of the league? People are saying that Frank is going to be out of the league too.
Frank plays defense. Possibility. He's going to have a job for a decade. That is stupid. Whoever I like his defense. I like his defense, but I'm not gonna ignore that he needed development from Jared Jack, that he needed to learn from people who have been in the game and this, that, and the third. You can't be hating on every point guard that the Knicks I'm hating. You know why I'm hating?
Because Frank doesn't look. If he had tools on the offense, I would side with you. If we had a Killian, if we had even a Tyrese Halliburton, I'll be siding with you. Frank is on offense. Anybody right now are running offense. Frank doesn't have. He couldn't shoot threes. He couldn't. There's so many things he can't do. And you trying to make it sound like Frank could run the offense. No, he can't.
I'm not asking him to run the offense. I'm putting the ball in RJ's hands. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do.
Well, you were talking about the first year, Frank's second year, Frank's third year.
Frank sucked his first 2 years. I did not like him. I finally liked him his third season because he finally showed me something. He sucked.
Frank was a better facilitator and a defender his first year. He was the best point guard against the pick and roll first year. So what the hell are you talking about?
Porzingis, when you got a 7 foot.
I think you said Frank.
No. The Porzingis effect. When you have the 7'3" monster backing you after pick and rolls, yes, you're gonna be you're gonna be number one in pick and roll defense. Yes, it's obvious. I'm not sitting here saying none of these dudes can't get better. Dudes talk about Frank like he can't get better. That's what I get mad at.
I'm not saying that either. I didn't say that either. But
you said I'm capping, and I never got on here and said Frank gonna be some superstar. So we gonna have
you saying no, but you he shouldn't have been starting either. He should have been starting either.
He did say you're capping. Hey, no, but Ralph. Hey, Ralph on the other at the corner.
Shouldn't have been starting either. Maybe in the future he could develop it, but right now, so far this third year he proved a little bit that he actually developed an argument last year. I will say that, but that shows, but that he had to pay dues to get where he is today. You can't ignore that he had to pay dues where he is. So you guys are trying. That's what gets me frustrated. You guys, but Frank, you can't ignore that Frank had to pay dues to get where he is today. That's all I want to say.
Now I got a question. Okay, you said he had to pay dues, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he had to pay dues, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks weren't contenders when Frank got in the league, correct? They were trash, right?
Frank is a 20-minute player. That's it.
Hold on. I want to stay on the dues part because this is where I agree with State that he should have been playing. If the team is trash anyway, and this is your draft pick, throw him in the fire. If he's gonna learn how to get better, playing in the league. Not watching Jared Jack and Emmanuel Moutier.
I don't think Big Dog. Hey, Big Dog, what he's saying every draft pick that you're not gonna hit on every draft pick that you take.
I get that, but you at least gotta give
what he's saying is Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Sean Bradley.
Oh my goodness.
That's what he's saying. He's a good fan that Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Manute Bol without the 3.
So if Frank would have got thrown into the fire when he first got,
he'd have burnt up and got crispy.
Yes.
How do you know that?
He wasn't that.
How do you know that? That's
because they tried to throw him into the fire and he couldn't take it. So they was like, this ain't gonna work. So now we gonna baby his way in. We gonna like a long time project. And he kept straining his groin. Hey, I don't know which way to put him in because all the conventional ways don't work for Frank Ntilikina. We have to find a way in order to extract those skills that we saw before we drafted him. So that's the process that they're working through. But the thing is, Frank is not satisfied with that. Frank is only satisfied with one option. He's the point guard of the future. Give him 35 minutes, win, lose, or draw. That's what Frank wants.
That's not what I'm saying.
Knicks fans want quality play at the point guard position, regardless what the name on the back of the jersey is. You know what I'm saying? Right. I think that this thing with Frank being the guy leading us to a championship is some type of weird narrative.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if we were trash anyway when we drafted him, we could have seen what he was or wasn't years ago, and could have been making that move toward getting the point guard that we needed back then, instead of putting Jared Jack and Moutier and everybody else in front of this kid. So now we're starting from scratch again with Frank, still not knowing whether or not this is even a piece that we even need to invest in.
Here's what I want to say to that. Frank is looking more like a valuable piece year by year by year, and especially last year. Let's give credit to that. But my whole thing is, what I disagree with you guys is how you guys want to develop a player and how you guys think that he should just we should just see him for 30 minutes. I trust, I trust the front office and the coaches. If they say that, hey, Frank is not ready right now this year, and they're still giving him 20 minutes per game, and that's the level where he's at, that's where he's at. We have to work with the situation. You can't just like, hey, let's make the fans happy, let's make Frank happy, and let's just give him 30 minutes. So no. I trust the process in that term. I think so far, since Frank is producing more positively, I'm trusting the process and how they're doing it, and I think that Frank, in a year or two, could possibly argue to be a starter. He could possibly be a starter. in this league. Not just with you Knicks fans. I'm talking about not with you Frank fans. I'm talking about as a starter in this league. He could possibly, if he continues trending up, but he is trending up. And every hardship he had to deal with, I think it was rightfully so.
Let me just say this real quick, and I'm gonna get out the way. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna get out the way. I think the smartest thought that we heard all night about Frank is what Legion of Knicks podcast said. He was like, "Yo, at some point you have to look at self-agency. You know what I'm saying? At some point you have to think about what is the player doing. Y'all blaming every outside influence, but not holding Frank Ntilikina accountable for himself. I think y'all mad because Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Roy Hibbert, and y'all thought he was going to be the point guard of the future.
Oh my God,
that's funny. That's funny.
How disrespectful.
Some players. I agree with Guillermo on that fact that some players have to be self-motivated. Granted, but there are also some players that need repetition. They need to play. They need to get into the flow of a game,
especially a point guard.
Exactly, in order to be able to make adjustments that they need to make, to be in the spots that they need to be. Offensively, since we don't have to worry about Frank's defense, it's his offense. He has to be in the flow of the game to see how they're checking him, how they're switching on him, how they're scheming for him. If you don't give him a chance to do that, to get into a flow offensively, how is his numbers going to get better?
But he couldn't shoot. He couldn't even shoot a three. Now he's shooting the three better.
Is it because he couldn't shoot the three earlier and when he was in his career? Is because the closeouts were faster?
No, I think he was too raw. He was too raw.
Than they were overseas.
Right. No, Frank wasn't ready. He was just too. He was ready defensively.
So you're gonna compare NBA defenders to European defenders?
I mean, defensively. I mean, right now, I guess I am comparing the defense. I think Frank is a good defender. I think his defense.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
Hey, you capping?
I'm not capping. Can you compare European defenders to NBA defenders?
I think the NBA has the best. I think the NBA has the best defense. I believe the NBA has the best defense.
Right.
NBA
has the best defense.
Hey, granted.
NBA is the best everything.
I agree.
Okay, cool.
So now, if you're somebody coming from overseas, with inferior defenders defending, and you come into the NBA, how are you gonna figure out how these NBA players are defending better than what I've ever seen, unless you're in the game?
He's playing 20 minutes a game, right?
No,
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. 20 minutes, fine.
But he never dealt with speed like that before.
Thank you. That's my point.
Okay.
If you dealing with playing against Turtles for 20, 30 minutes, you come into the game and now you got cheaters coming at you, you're going to need more than 20 minutes to figure that out.
and not sporadic minutes.
You're going to need more.
That's debatable. That's debatable. That's debatable.
That's debatable. You're going to need more years to figure that out. Because not only are you figuring out what they're throwing at you, the schemes are changing.
Right, and the team and the game is so much faster. So 20 minutes, I mean, it's a lot.
Not a lot of time if you don't know what's coming at you.
Your 20 minutes is flawed.
I don't know. I mean, we could debate that back and forth. You could win, or I could win that argument. I mean, 20 minutes.
I mean, it is what it is. But
that 20 minutes is flawed.
He didn't get enough time to figure it out on his own. Because since he's not self-motivated like Guillermo, but
look, it's. But my whole thing is one thing to
get in the fight.
It's another thing. If Frank had some offense, I would lean with your argument more. But Frank came through as a defender. That's all he's a. You could see it in his ways. He's a man. All he cares is about defense.
Yo,
if that's the case, why is he capable of dropping 31 and 20 tonight?
If Frank could drop 31 points. You said Frank could drop 31 points.
He did drop 30. He did drop 30 when you under.
I mean, what?
He dropped 31 on somebody. He dropped 31 on somebody. I forget what it was.
It was the that was in the U under tournament. That's the reason why the Knicks liked him, because he dropped 30 plus. But yo, how's the European style of play? They move the ball, correct? They run a lot of pick and rolls, correct? So this also ties into coaching. We ran little to no pick and rolls under Fizdale.
Right.
And the numbers say we ran a lot. I'm using my eyes on this. You go to the chat. I watched Frank go past half court and hand the ball off. That is disgusting. So it's all Frank too. Frank got to get better too. But at the same time,
that's what I mean. Okay. And he had to get not just better, but much better, because let's remember that Phil drafted him to be a Marcus Smart. Right,
that's
so
true.
He didn't come, yeah. So my whole thing is I'm trying to put emphasis. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready year 1 or year 2 like that.
No point guard is ready year 1 or year 2.
But he was far. I mean, he was the least
his minutes argument is so flawed, because he would play 15 minutes one half and then play 5 minutes the next. Like, I watched this.
Oh,
like,
that's
you
an
talking
argument.
about minutes. Don't tell me about 20 minutes a game, because that's not true. Like, I watched games where he played the whole first half, he sat the second half, and I get on Twitter like, what the hell did I just watch? So don't come here saying 20 minutes per game. Also, did you know that he played less minutes this year, past season, than his rookie year? I bet you didn't know that. He got less total minutes this year than in his rookie season. So
just one minute
is so flawed.
1 minute difference.
No, I'm talking about go to the total amount of minutes he played his rookie season.
All right, total amount of minutes he played was 1,706 his rookie year, and this year he played 1,187.
That's 700, almost 700 left.
700 minutes.
Yeah, but the season wasn't done. I mean, it was March. The season ended in March.
He just told you. He did it's not good minutes.
It's 78 games to 57 games.
That's true, but all minutes is not
minutes per game. Just look at minutes per game if you want to get, because it's not the same.
That's why I said it's a 1 minute difference from minutes per game.
Thank you.
Okay,
it's just flawed to me. It's just flawed to me. That's all. It's just flawed to me, because I watched games where he played 19 minutes, then play the second half, just like Kevin Knox. I watched games where Kevin Knox played the first half and don't play the second half. But I'm watching Bobby Portis do turnaround mid-range jumpers like he's mellow. It's disgusting.
My argument with you is that Frank needs a veteran in front of him. He's still in that learning curve. He needs a veteran in front of him year after year until his game is fully developed. Is it developing? Yes, but it still needs to. He still has a lot to learn in the NBA.
Hey man, hey, Ref, hey, Gonomos and Elijah, you can't ride your bike at 12 years old with training wheels on it. You know what I'm saying? You can't be a 12-year-old on a bike with training wheels.
But,
you know what I'm
saying? Freezy, we drafted him.
At some point, you got to take the training wheels off, or riding the bike ain't for you.
He's almost there, Freezy. He's almost there.
If you're not coordinated enough to ride a bike by the time you're 12, you might need to do something else. You know,
give him a year or two, Freezy. He'll average 15 per game.
What I'm saying with Frank is, hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Teddy.
Fellas, I gotta head out because I gotta drive early in the morning, fellas.
Peace out, man.
Peace out, Ralph.
Yo, Raphael, it was a pleasure.
Pleasure.
Pleasure was all mine, man. I'm honored that you let me in. You heard?
Yeah, man.
Bro.
Be safe.
Anytime, man.
All right.
But like I was telling State. Yeah. Right now, Frank still needs a year or two, and if maybe he could average 10 points for the season, and he's looking hungry. His defense, we know, is there. I think his offense is starting to develop, and let's see what we got. But I think the front office was right with Frank. I don't think they did him wrong as you guys project.
Frank needs to find roles, right? Again, if you play the defense where he's defend against a pick and roll, he's going to be utilized there. And if you look at the triangle, not say you're going to run it religiously, right? But they're going to be looks from the triangle that will have Frank in the corner. It is up to Frank to learn good moves, because again, the triangle off of every pass is movement. from the team. They call the five fingers on offense, right? That's what they call the triangle, right? You have to have proper spacing out. If Frank is that type of guy, one, he's going to have to also learn how to cut, right? And also in the triangle, that corner three will be available. And now I would not put him on the weak side as a weak side guard in the triangle because I don't think that he's quick enough, like say, or as quick as say even a Kirk Heinrich or.
You gotta remember, your big gotta be smart. Remember, Tibbs likes smart, high IQ bigs.
Right. But okay, but if Frank, the thing about this, is what I'm saying with Frank, right? To slow because I don't think he's a point guard. I think he's going to be an off guard. Fine enough. Come with the bench. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, word.
Off being in the corner and cutting
that for a while too.
Let's stop looking at Frank as this point guard. He's not this point guard. He's not gonna. But again, I don't think because of how his career is going, I don't think he's going to get the major minutes unless Frank somehow comes out of nowhere and starts playing like an absurd point guard, right? I don't think they're ever going to use him as a lead guard, but Frank is going to have time to show his impact on the floor. And like everybody's been saying, you've had 9 months. 9 months. If you cannot hit corner threes, and I'm talking about several, I'm not talking about one a game. I'm talking about 3, 4, right? Lonzo Ball can't hit a free throw, and this dude is averaging what 40? Was it 41 or 30? Is it 37? I think off of 6 threes a game or 7 threes a game.
Can I get some stats? I need some stats real quick.
From Lonzo?
So some stats that I would love to see right now. Can you show me can you tell us the lineups, the plus minus lineups? But I want to know the lineups that featured three or more kids in those lineups from last season.
Well, I can't give you that.
Ooh. Now I'm gonna go on my phone. One of the 3 lineups that we had that was very good. It's a 3-man lineup. It was top 5 in the league. It was Mitch, Dotson, Frank Ntilikina, right? So you look at the archetypes, right?
Yep.
You got, Dotson is a 3-and-D dude, right? Frank, I don't know what the hell he is. We'll figure it out. Mitchell Robinson, he's a great rim defender, right? So if Tibbs going first, Tibbs got to do a lot with this team, bro. Like I'm
abracadabra.
Amen to that,
bro. If he gonna run an ice defense. That means that Alfred Payton, like all his guards, first of all his guards going to have to fight over screens. That's a fact. One.
They're going to have to prevent screens. That's a fact.
That too. But it depends on who you like. A guy like
I know what you mean.
You get what I'm saying? Like a guy like Ben Simmons, yeah, we'll go right under that screen. But another guy like I say Curry, I think you might want to fight over that screen, like one of those guys. But if he could put the right defensive foundation. And I think all of these dudes need direction, especially Obi and Randall. I think we could do some. I already said we could go 500 within the first. I think we could play 500 ball the first 2 months. I think we really can because I'm looking at the schedule. It's a lot of back-to-backs. We got a deep roster. We know a lot of the older teams is going to coast. A lot of the teams in the Eastern Conference have new coaches. And I believe we got one of the deepest front courts in the NBA. I'm going to keep saying that. I really like the front court mix. If Randall buys in, all he got to do is buy in. If he buys in, it's going to we're going to be beating teams down 48 minutes. They're going to be tired. You got to look at them Tibbs teams with Boozer, Noah. Tibbs always had a big off the bench. He always had a 7-foot off the bench that could rim protect that played 15 minutes a game. Got that in Williams as well. So we just got to figure out.
And see, I think you just said this with Randall. I'm not the biggest Randall fan, but I think
I hate Randall, but I know he's so good. That's why I hate him.
I love Randall.
You know the part about Randall's game that I think fits the triangle well. On the block of the triangle for him. Randall's been playing that where he gets deep in the post. That should be his game 1,000%, right?
I don't want him initiating for himself.
Right. Look, people think I hate Randall like that. I don't hate any of these guys, right? But Randall was best when he was in the post. I said time and time again, deep post Randall, I have no problem with that. I dump it to Randall in the deep post each and every time. We can just turn around, buy the guy.
He's a beast in the paint. I give him that. That's a fact.
I do not want Randall. I do not want Randall handling the ball. I don't want him to do it. Because you know why? I don't need that. I saw it better with the Pelicans where he was actually doing that. But again, I don't know why he didn't want to do that with the Knicks last year. I understand we don't have the talent, but you still have to just make the play. Those guys have to execute, right? You make the right play, let those guys execute. So it's not on you, it's on them.
Because Drew Holiday would have cursed them out. That's why he didn't do that. You got to think about the vets, man.
Nah, Drew Holiday knows how to play. So,
I mean, but he's a strong. You gotta understand. Like, when your starting point guard curses you out, it's because you're not in position. This is why we get mad at DSJ. I get mad at DSJ because he's so talented, and he only relies on his athleticism to score. I need you to rely on your skill. I don't want you to rely on your athleticism to score.
Can I ask you guys a question on DSJ? Let me ask you guys a question on DSJ before you guys go on. Let's be honest, right? This is not me hating on anybody. Outside of the dunks we saw from NC State, outside of the flashes that we saw at with the Mavericks, right? Mm-hmm. Besides the athleticism, what else is DSJ skilled at? I'm just asking. I'm not issuing on him.
I say get it. I'm not going to discredit DSJ all the way. I'm going to say he could get in the paint and he could cause havoc. But when you're in a Rick Carlisle system, you got to listen. System. Rick Carlisle is very strict with his system, and if you don't run his system and you try to break off a play, he's going to sit you. So that goes kind of hand in hand with DSJ. Then you got the drafting of Luka Doncic, and you know DSJ, he's from America. You get what I'm saying? Inner city kid, and you draft this European, and now I'm playing off of him. You kind of know where I'm going with this. So I don't want you fragile mentally. But it's a chance that you can turn your career around. And all it takes is for you to take your game seriously, use your voice. I like point guards that use their voice. So Frank is a quiet guy, but he started kind of using his voice last season. But what I don't like about Frank, he defers too much. DSJ, I love DSJ. He looks for his own shot. But DSJ just dribbles the ball in the hell. Like he don't know what he's going to do next, and I get mad with that. Alfred Payton, he's an assist hunter. He's a dude, when you're on the basketball court with him, he will only pass it to you if you're wide open. I don't like my point guards like that. I like a point guard who passes you open. A point guard who passes the ball to an area where you can only get it. I don't like Alfred Payton. I'm disgusted with him. I don't want to see him. But the thing that we should all be talking about, people keep saying Emmanuel quickly might not play. And I'm telling people, I strongly believe that a section of the fan base is going to be pissed off come opening night. Because I think
we always pissed off. That's the secret.
But they will be really pissed off.
No matter what we do, we always pissed off.
Because we want to win. You know we want to win, man. We want to win. When you go through 17 years of this garbage and no draft picks, we had no first-round picks.
I understand.
You get what I'm saying? Me growing up in my teenage years, I remember when we traded for the franchise and we had stuff on. I remember these things. Like, I remember when Isaiah Thomas traded for Zebo, and then in the press conference he says, well, I got 5 players who could score 20 points. I remember when we traded for Bogniani. I remember all these trades.
I just want to say that out of this garbage. Am I right? No, you're right. My whole thing is that this is what you guys call garbage. These, since we drafted Frank, Jared Jack. No, Jared Jack, Emmanuel Moody, all these fillers. That's what you call development. These are development years. It's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, how do you develop and you're not? That's how it. I think that's the way.
You guys are missing. The development, and God, I'll answer this. When you have different regimes and you draft different players specific for a regime versus drafting overall talent, you get these mismatches, right? Where it's like guys are just stuck in different universes they don't belong in, right? Frank was drafted for Phil Jackson's dream of the triangle, right? Did not come into fruition. Now Frank is stuck here because we also poorly put point guards on the team, period, from other regimes, because we had idiots like Steve Mills running the team, right? And Perry, who did, you could say, a mixed job, right? So that's all we have, right? I would say right now, the best bet for development for you guys, you can't sit here and say and reminisce. I'm not saying you guys are doing that, but say and try to retrofit players and say they have to try to fit in what Thibodeau is doing, right? It's like taking a molded piece of clay, trying to heat it up, or I don't know what the hell you do with clay, but try to heat it up to make it turn back into mush or whatever, right? Terrible analogy, but
you're all over the place, yeah.
Right, but you know what I mean, right? You're gonna have to take those guys and try to fit them into Tibbs' system. This is why I say with Frank has to show me you can hit the threes and play defense. You fit into the system. Randall, can you play the pinch post position like Joakim Noah did, or can you play in that post position on the block like Boozer used to do back in the day? You can. You fit, right? That's the only way you could take guys who were part of previous projects that failed and find value in them. And even the players I mentioned, Carlos Boozer was a beast on the Utah Jazz. They use him similarly on the Bulls, but he found a way to fit in the system because he did one thing that fit what Tibbs wanted to do. Joakim Noah, let me not use Joakim Noah. That's not a good example, right? But Kirk Hinrich was playing differently with Vinny Del Negro than he did with Tibbs. But he found a way because he offered something. So that's why I say it's on the players. This is why I say you can't depend on coaches to develop you for 80% of your game because things can change. There have been coaches in the NBA that they had almost close to winning records. They get fired. Now you're in that guy's system. Now what are you going to do? You're going to say, well, my development is
Dwayne Casey. It's not, but Guillermo, it's not all on the players, man. I think this is that's
why I just said I said 80% of it is on the players, right? But
my whole thing is,
I'm sorry, guys.
This is a philosophy. We're not with the Kentucky with John Calipari. This whole Kentucky. It's a culture the Knicks been trying to build a player development team, and that's why. And this whole thing, how do I explain that? Emmanuel Mudiay, all these fillers. You always gonna have these fillers who have different skills. We first seen it with Frank. I feel like the next person where we saw with Frank in Frank position, Jarrett Jack and Emmanuel Mudiay. I think the next spot that we're going to start seeing a lot of players in that position soon, it was going to be in the small forward position. Why? Because Kevin Knox is a project. Projects take time. Donovan Mitchell.
Drafted by.
Hold up. Donovan Mitchell was 22 when he was drafted, and Frank Ntilikina was 18. The front office, even though it was just a Phil Jackson pick, the front office felt that, hey, listen, let's go with the project routes and start learning how to develop these players and build a culture of developing players. That's what the Knicks
are not getting my point. There were different regimes. This is why when you are in the NBA, you have to have a base level of skill that if you go to any other team or happens to your current GM and coach, you can survive because you can offer A, B, and or C, right? That's all I'm saying with these. It don't matter. All that stuff is nice. Yes, development this, development that. Again, in the NBA, do you understand how many coaches run through the NBA? How many stupid projects happen in the NBA where the owners? Because remember, a lot of these owners don't know ish about basketball. They're rich billionaires who run businesses that have nothing to do with basketball. Their success, a lot of it does not come from basketball. So they're just hiring guys on a whim. Hey, I'm gonna hire this guy. Oh, I'm gonna hire this guy. Oh, I'm gonna do that. Oh, I'm gonna fire this guy. They don't care about projects if it's not highly successful for the most part. So again, you as a player, you have to watch out for yourself. Is it dog eat dog world in the NBA?
Great point.
That's what I'm saying. Again,
hey, let me say something real quick. Hey, mods, if people put in like racial slurs in the chat, make sure we don't have that show up in the chat. That ain't what we about here. We ain't want to show no racial slurs, none of that in the chat.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? We want to make sure, and I know it's like just in casual talking, but we don't want to put stuff like that. We want to kind of present this thing where everybody feel comfortable here. This is our safe place. You know what I'm saying? So I understand how people talk, whatever, and sometimes words slip out casually, but we don't want to, you know what I'm saying? We ain't want to be a part of that. So if y'all can catch it, man, make sure that that we catch that. Even certain profanity and stuff like that. We want to make sure that stuff don't show up. If we speak a certain way, but we don't want this to become a board where people feel comfortable using racial slurs and obscenities for no reason. Yeah, and I love and appreciate y'all. I just caught one, and then I just want to make sure that the others don't get biased. But I also wanted to get back to what Guillermo was saying about the pinch post with Randall, because that was a good point. But what I wanted to do is add on to that. I think we should raise the basketball IQ of the people that surround Julius Randle when he gets into the pinch post. Because if he gets in the pinch post and people start standing around, then the ball is trapped in the pinch post, and we don't want that to happen. What we prefer is that the people playing around Randall make sure that they keep good floor spacing around and cut sharply and not just run, because it's one thing running through the lane and it's another thing cutting. And you don't want the people just running through the lane. You know what I'm saying, that they're supposed to cut and they just jogging through, just trying to clear space. We shouldn't be needing that. When you going through the lane, you should be cutting and have half your body open so somebody can throw you a pass so they can lead you towards the basket and away from your defender.
Yeah, man. Yo, I'm out of here, yo. I was about
to say that. I'm out of here myself.
Man.
I'm out of here myself. I'll be in the chat.
I gotta work tomorrow, man.
Hey, salute to y'all.
I would love to stay with y'all till like 5 in the morning.
Salute. Thanks to Jim 9. Salute to Tupac out the Biggie movie. Salute to Sinbad. Salute to Uncle Bill, and salute to Annie Menonakis. Hey, I'm out of here, y'all. I'm just being funny. It's to the chat, though.
Teddy, what was my name?
Teddy, I need you and Raphael to do something for me. I need you and Raphael to do something for me, man. I got to work tomorrow night and probably the day after. I was wondering if y'all can host it for me and hold down the Knicks at night podcast for me. While,
hey, you got my email? Send me the link.
Yeah, I got all the stuff. I'll have everything set up. Set up. All you got to do is just come and jump on, and I'll plug y'all in. And then when I go on my lunch break, man, I jump into the thing. But it may be 2 or 3 days. I'm not for sure. But, I got you. But I need the main thing I don't want to do is have the Knicks at Night podcast not to be consistently on for these Knicks fans to come on and have they say heard. We want to do this every night, even if we got to have others come in and be the host of it. You good with that, God of Moses and Elijah?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yo, man, I love you, brother, man. I appreciate you having me on the show, Steven. Love you, brother.
State, man.
Love you, brother. Yo,
hey, State, when you gonna have us on your podcast?
Man.
Listen, right? I said I put an open invitation for what's that day? What's the day? December 22nd. That's before the first game of the Knicks season.
Okay.
The 23rd. I think the most that could be on is six people. So if there's a way that we could do it like on Zoom, and then I could just transfer it as an audio, you get what I'm saying? And we could have at least like 6 people on it, then we could do it. I would love to have Oli on my podcast anytime, man. But Freezy, man, I really appreciate you showing me the love that you do. Whenever everybody getting at me, man, you always be like, nah, man, that's State, man, that's my man. So, man, from day one, you always showed me love, man. I appreciate it. Right. Legion and Knicks, Gammo, love you, bro. I know we argue to death, but it's all good, man. It's gravy. We want the same thing. God Moses, I love you, bro. We always gonna argue, but it don't matter. Steven, I love you with the stats, bro. We gonna talk, but I love you with the stats, bro. You gotta always be in the stats, Steven. I love it. Teddy, love your energy. Love what you do, bro. I appreciate all of y'all, man. I'm out of here.
Hey, yo, my posse on Broadway is deep. This posse on Broadway is super deep. You know what I'm saying?
It's all right, man. I definitely be on tomorrow night with the fellas, man. We gonna get it right. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate y'all,
all right, boss.
All right.
So I just wanted to get on just point out a few things, man, while we on. For one, I want y'all to subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button. We want to continue to grow this NBK fam. This thing is ridiculous, like growing out of control. I'm starting to get hit up by people that want to be on the show. big name folks. It's crazy. I'm just an average guy, dude. I'm a nobody, and people want to get on. So we're gonna try to figure some stuff out. Also, reach out to your people that reach out to your Knicks fans that don't necessarily know where to get their Knicks content from. We would prefer for the Knicks fans to get their content exclusive from NBK fam, but if not, it's whatever. We just feel like we got a lot of stuff to offer. You know what I'm saying? Me and the Legion of the Knicks podcast is like Wheel of Fortune and Family Feud. We back to back. You know what I'm saying? We back to back. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to give y'all everything y'all need for like 10 straight hours. You know what I'm saying? And then also we doing the joint in the mornings. I'm doing a joint in the mornings. The Knicks morning drive. My expectation for it was to be about 10 people and about 100 views. And we have like 40 people and like 400. Last time I checked, it was 486 views. You know what I'm saying? Yo, so it's crazy. So we listen. We're just trying to give Knicks fans absolutely what they want. You know what I'm saying? So we appreciate. So Miss Mocha told me I need to start looking in the camera more. People connect when you do that. So listen, NBK fam, listen. We enjoy y'all, man. We enjoy putting this content out here for y'all. You know what I'm saying? We live to do this. This is fun for us. We would be doing this. Me and Legion of the Knicks podcast would be legit doing this over the telephone if we wasn't doing it live. It's just conversation. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that we get to share it with thousands of people every day is crazy. And y'all appetite for this Knicks talk is insatiable. So compared to what we can offer, compared to what y'all want, it's crazy. So
hold on. Let me cut off Freezy real quick, man. This channel was at 181 about a week or so ago, right? It's at 500, and Freezy was talking. Oh, can you guys just help me get up to 400 by the end of the year on some trash, scared-ish, man? And I said, Freezy, you got to stop with that crap, man. You got to stride in that. And I'm not saying you go out there and vote, but stop doing that, putting yourself, well, if we get Legion of Knicks to 1,000, can we just get mine to 2? No, Freezy, bro, you have a platform that I think is very unique. There are a bunch of people who are out there, truckers, people work late night, who got to get their Knicks fix, right? Maybe not getting it for me, maybe not getting it for MBK, and they're coming on here, they're seeing a bunch of rabid Knicks fans fight each and every night, debate each and every night. So stop with that. I'm trying to aim just to be humble, Let's try to get Freezy if we can. If we get him to 1,000 by the end of the year.
Yeah, man.
We could get Freezy to 1,000 by the end of the year. Come on, guys.
That'll be something dope.
So let's stop. Yeah, I see it every night, man. Y'all got mad views up in here. Y'all got mad people. The chat is extremely active. People are joking. People having fun about the Knicks. It turns into this and that, and we are almost up to 4 hours. If you guys, for the people who have not subbed already, if you guys are watching, you may be busy, maybe you're not even in the chat. Just can you make a concerted effort? If you listen to this show every night, just hit the subscribe button. Just hit the subscribe button and then hit the like. It helps the algorithm. He gets even more Knicks fans, even more basketball fans. We got Yellow Fellow in here, and he's a Lakers fan. You know what I mean? Man. Get this channel to 1,000 subs by year end. We grew from 181 to 500 in a span of a week and some change.
Yep.
Not that hard, guys. Please support the channel, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, and we asking so that we can provide more content to the millions of people that use YouTube. So it's millions of Knicks fans and there's millions of people that use YouTube and they search for Knicks content. And we just want to have people to come in and you can get a taste and see if they like it. Most people do. The one thing about this is if they find it, they sub, which is crazy. If they find it, they sub to it because cats like Stephen Fox just gonna jump in with the stats and kind of convey the argument one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? This is the fans' show. I might not even be here tomorrow or tonight or later on or whatever. And the show will go on, giving y'all exactly what y'all been looking for. That Knicks content, man. So yeah, like my man Legion of the Knicks podcast said, yeah, go ahead and do that. But the Knicks morning drive, I'll be on at 8 o'clock on the dot. Or try to be. Sometimes that dot moves. I say 8 o'clock on the dot, and then it'll be like 8:03, and I'll be on here like, but yeah, man. So we're gonna do the Knicks Money Drive also, and try to make sure that we continue to give that flavor of what people want. So I'm gonna wrap this one up and jump off of here. But I just wanted to say something too. Make sure that y'all check out these Legion of Knicks podcast player profile videos, because it provides us, like with me, since he do it, I don't have to do it. All I go is just watch his joints, and I advise y'all to do the same. You know what I'm saying? Instead of like I ain't trying getting into breaking down. I already know somebody that's good at it and that already do it. So instead of me trying to do waste time doing, I'm just go check out his stuff and make sure I smash that like button for his, because he do a great job. Make sure y'all subscribe to his channel. God of Moses Elijah, subscribe to his channel. Ryan Cleveland, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to that. We got some other things coming down the tunnel. I'm gonna be writing some articles for the NBK fam website. So we're gonna have some of that stuff out there. And of course, if y'all are good at writing, I advise what y'all do is hit me up on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? And we'll go through some stuff. And then that way we can provide the best product to the NBK fan website. We're looking to do something huge. 2021 is going to be huge for the NBK fam. So for everybody, Legion of Knicks podcast and myself have like 2 or 3 guests lined up that we looking to bring to y'all. He gonna be putting player profiles on his joint. You know what I'm saying? Cooking with Chef Zay, Nick G, Andy N, Black Andy, Nickish, Die Hard Knicks podcast, Raw Hebrew Remnant, Nothing But Knicks. Everybody in the Nickish, everybody in the NBK fam is gonna be bringing a whole bunch of stuff to y'all in 2021, and y'all gonna have y'all choice of all the fire hot Knicks content. I'm working on some swag. It's some clothing designers out there reaching out to me to put some stuff out there, some swag. So we got a lot of stuff lined up. A lot of stuff lined up. Now is the time to jump on and bring your friends so that you can catch this thing at the beginning. Catch this thing at the beginning so you won't miss nothing. And you can always brag to your friends like, yo, I was a day one. You know what I'm saying? Jumping on now for me and nothing but Knicks and Legion of Knicks podcast and everybody else that I just mentioned. Y'all get to brag, be like, yo, I was one of those day one cats when they first got started. You know what I'm saying? And I know that might not mean like a lot to some, but it might mean everything to some of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Legion of Knicks, you got something to say before we get out of here?
Nah, man, I'm just fortunate to be here, man. Salute to you, man. I will say one thing, Freezy, please get some rest when you can, man. I don't want nothing bad happening to you, man, because you've been working triple overtime, man.
Yo, I'm gonna get like 3 hours of sleep and come back for Knicks Morning Drive.
Bro, please get some sleep, man. I don't want you. I don't want anything to happen. Please. Do this to the max, man. Just be careful. Please get some rest, man. But Stephen Fox, salute to you, bro, man. Dude's mad humble, man. Salute to this guy. This guy always supports my platform, man. Support your platform, man. This is a diehard Nick fan right here, man. So salute to Stephen Fox, man. Salute to all you guys in the chat, man. You guys are all clowns and stupid in this chat, man. I couldn't stop laughing even though I try to be serious about these damn Knicks. So salute to you guys, man. I'll see you guys later, man.
All right, brothers. Hey, I'll see everybody at 8 o'clock on the dot unless that dot start moving around. All right, y'all. Peace, y'all.
God bless, Freezy.